All right, we are live. Thank you for joining us again today. Today we have a special treat, if you will. We have a conversation between Mary and Nadir. Uh, a couple weeks ago, Nadir was on this program and he was debating your brother in Christ on whether or not Islam teaches slavery or whether or not it teaches slavery as we know it anyway, because both sides did end up arguing yes to an extent. Of course, your brother in Christ said that it was, exactly like what we know slavery to be, and Nadir said no, it's called slavery, but it's something completely different. Uh, After that program, Mary had some critical comments of Nadir, and he asked for the opportunity to respond to those, and Mary agreed. So here we are. I won't be doing too much speaking. I'm going to primarily act as a sort of moderator, and now it's not a formal debate, so I'm not like keeping time or something. But I'm just here to make sure that there is a productive conversation. I won't be saying too much for my own thoughts. That's not to say that I am, saying that I absolutely won't say anything. I'm just saying that my primary role is to facilitate today. We have a couple of new animations specifically for this subject. You can find out about one of them by visiting the website, which Robot will conveniently put into the chat for you. The other, you'll just have to wait until someone says the magic words and finds it, because it's not one that costs points to run. If you don't know what I'm talking about with the point system, then visit the link. Without further ado, let me get us started with an opening prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together. We thank you for the technology that allows us to connect with people of different beliefs. Uh, Today we have the opportunity to speak with a Muslim, and we're very thankful for that. We ask that you guide the discussion, that you point everyone watching, whatever their beliefs at the moment may be, towards the truth. If the Christians are mistaken, then we ask that you make that apparent. However, if the Muslims are mistaken, we ask that you make that apparent as well. We ask that you help everyone who's watching perceive the truth, and that whatever is true and useful is remembered. As they be with me on a personal level, as I'm still slightly under the weather, I ask that you give me the strength and perseverance to get through this, that I don't have any issues with my persistent cough. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. So Mary will be going first with her opening statement. So if you so choose, I mean, you're on the channel a lot, so you don't necessarily have to introduce yourself, but take a minute to introduce yourself and then a few minutes to explain your position and why we're here today.
I am Mary Harb. You can find me mostly here because I have channel Too Many Marys that I pretty much only use to occasionally post where else I'm going to be, and then sometimes some other interesting videos that I think that people will like on the subject of Islam. Um, and that's pretty much me. I responded to a debate between Nadir and your brother in Christ. And Nadir specifically requested that we have a conversation about it. And I was happy to schedule one as soon as I found out about his request, because he felt like I had not treated him fairly. And so this is a conversation. But for some reason, Nadir wanted to have opening statements for our conversation. So I went ahead and prepared one. So, uh,
Yep, go right ahead with that. Don't mind me. The uh, stream thing hasn't connected at the moment, so I'll be looking at that. But go ahead with your statement.
all right. So Nadir claims that Islam is based on facts, but other religions are based on interpretation. However, even though Nadir appealed to Sharia in his opening statement of his debate, he failed to cite a single pre modern Islamic jurist in support of any of his assertions. If he had facts on his side, that would be easy. But since he has only tarif, which is lying distortion. He does not. He is a member of a religion of one, and he is its God, infallibly inventing new facts that are actually wacky, quacky interpretations that no one before has ever heard of. Nadir said this about why slavery is instituted in Islam. If you can play it, Thaddeus.
Yeah, the Muhammad was a slave trader canard, I thought has been debunked here. Alhamdulillah. Everybody should be doing that. Look at all the people in the world today who are throwing themselves in the Mediterranean Ocean, trying to make their way to Europe. The Islamic
And
system
you
of
know what? I accidentally played the wrong clip, so that's my bad there.
Yep, I'm
I was
like,
like,
what are you playing? I was so
sorry,
confused.
sorry about that. That is all on me. Uh, so I'm like,
let me
I don't think that's the clip she asked me to play. Whoops. All right, so let me try that again.
let me answer the question. Why didn't Islam just condemn slavery outright? Just came out with this new version. The answer is simple. It is to avert the humanitarian catastrophe that will ensue right after that.
All right, so that is why slavery was instituted in Islam, according to Nadir. But let's hear from a highly respected sheikh, Abu Ishaq al-Huwaini, about where this humanitarian crisis comes from when Islam works and how it relates to Islam.
حنفرض أحكام الإسلام على البلد التي دخلناها. أحكام الإسلام بتقول إن كل الناس الموجودين في البلد أصبحوا غنائم وسبايا. نساء، رجال، أطفال، أموال، دور، حقول، مزارع، كل دي بقت ملك الدولة الإسلامية. ألف ب بقينا أغنياء ولا لا؟ دخل الخزينة فلوس ولا لا؟ ولا الفلوس هتروح سويسرا؟ ها؟ مفيش حد بيحول الحاجات دي، مفيش حد بيحول حاجة، كلهم دينين خيرين الكلام ده باين. يبقى أنا أحرزت أموالا ودورا، أموال سيلة، أموال مجمدة. طيب الناس السبايا دول مصيرهم إيه في الشرع؟ مصيرهم إن هم كغنائم يوزعوا على المجاهدين.
So as we see, even according to Nadir, Islam is the religion that creates the conditions that require the institution of slavery to continue forever until generations after the whole world is enslaved to Islam. That concludes my opening statement.
All right, Nadir, you have a few minutes to introduce yourself and give your opening statement.
Well, I was very pleased to hear Mary's opening. It shows that I'm having an effect over here. She got it right. What makes Islam the true religion is that it is a fact-based religion. Christianity is an interpretation-based religion. It's just spinning your own interpretation on the text to make it mean what you want to mean. As she quoted me wonderfully, it's just your own wacky, quacky interpretation. That's all you're going to find over here in this discussion here. I think, we had these two debates. We've had a debate on Christianity and Islam and slavery, and I think it will positively identify Islam as a true religion. One of the misunderstandings people had, going into that debate with 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙮, your brother in Christ, which I thought went very well. I tell you what, there were over 500 some comments on that debate. Almost 95% of them all Christian. Almost all of them were Christian. Not a single one quoted 𝙧𝙧𝙧𝙧. Not a single. I thought I saw only one compliment from his own people on that debate. That's the Islamic debate victory I'm talking about. All the reinterpretations, it's all reinterpretation, misinterpretation of our scriptures. They were able to see that, and you know what? You go read those comments, it's as if he is invisible. They just totally ignored him. And 95% of it was just throwing rotten tomatoes at me, which is good. I show they got hurt in that debate. But anyways, what makes Islam the true religion? We've had these two debates. There was a misunderstanding on slave beating. Okay, they try to reinterpret verses of the hadith to show that, okay, you could beat a slave, but that's only part of the problem. What positively identifies Christianity as a false religion is the issue of torture. The Bible opens the door for the torture of a slave. And not only just torture. Oh, I see some guy's taking his shirt off. Should I take off my shirt too? Well, hold on. Let me.
If you want to be like hijab, go right ahead.
Okay. All right.
I'll just get another clip.
Well, I have to admit, I don't look that good with my shirt off, so I'm going to leave it on. Otherwise, I would. Okay, but anyways, getting back to the point, it's not just torture, but speaking bold-faced lies. What the Bible did, it gave many good benefits of a slave beating. It says this is your calling in life. It tells us that. Did you get that? What it is, these are verses which you can easily identify as being lies to you. What it is, it's a grooming. He's grooming the victim to meet the needs of the evil slave master. It is commendable that you get that unjust slave beating. It is to your credit. It's your calling in life. You're going to be just like Jesus. These are all lies. It tells you that you should submit to the harsh slave master, which opens the door for his torture. Now, if you listen to the debate which we had, there's no way you can even get to there with a case of Islam. Islam actually condemned that. So I think that's my 3 minutes. But the real issue here is the Bible does open the door for torture of a slave, and we should now we're having a frank discussion on this. We should look at both books. We've had these two debates, and let's talk about this, and let's see what's going on over here. So I guess we can start
Well,
the discussion.
yeah,
Before you dive in there, I did have a couple comments from the audience that I wanted to read from Professor Yaffel. Nadir is incredibly brave to debate Mary or incredibly deluded. So we'll see. Well, maybe by the end of the night, we'll see which one it might be. Zayed Ali, a Muslim, says, the great Islam has come to end the slavery. Christ is salvation, used the highlight function. I saw someone asking about the point system. There's a pinned link if you want to learn about that. He says, God bless all, panel and viewers. Thank you, Christ is salvation. And so Mojid is responsible for hijab coming up on the screen, and he wanted everyone to know about that. And then Nina, I have come here thinking the topic is going to be slavery in Islam, only to come and see Nadir talking about the Bible. And that was what I thought the discussion was: slavery in the Bible, slavery in Islam. So, it's up to Mary whether she wants to respond about the Bible as well or just Islam, because I was informed the slavery discussion would be slavery in Islam.
Well, you see, the entire thing that he wrote was that he wished to engage me on the points that I made about his supposed debate about slavery in Islam. So that is going to be the subject today. Now, I did, however, predict, as everyone did, that Nadir would spend a good part of his time whining and a good part of his time talking about how brilliant he is, and also a very large part of the time running away from the subject and making wild and unsubstantiated claims based on his, again, religion of one, which is based on his wacky quacky interpretations. Now, I have a question for Nadir. Is 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡 a Muslim?
Okay, so I like to just speak to the tactic which you are trying to do here, Mary. See, the problem here is, and you are not able to make the case from the scripture.
Okay, no.
Hold on,
no.
We can't interrupt. I'm
no,
you
need to answer my question.
So
we are having a discussion.
So let him finish.
Let me talk.
Let him finish, but then he does have to answer the question at the end.
Yes. So I want to first address your tactic here. This is a runaway tactic. You are not able to address from the scripture, the hadith, the Quran and the hadith clearly condemn slave beating. And so what happens is that when you can't make the case from the scripture, you go to some imam or somebody, to try to reinterpret what he means to say. So now to answer your question, sure, he's a Muslim. And what I suggest to do, let's pick up the phone, let's give him a call, and we'll see who he supports, you or me. And I'm perfectly fine to do that. I have already talked to many imams, and they totally endorse what I am telling you here today, because it's all in conformity with Quran and Sunnah.
Okay, sweetheart, what you need to do is give me a source of a classical scholar or a prime jurist today who is held in extremely high regard, who says the exact same things you do. Now, there was a statement by Abu Ishaq al-Huwaini. Was he what
Uh,
is he a Muslim?
what was the statement?
Is he a
I don't know what
Muslim?
it
Yes or
was.
no?
I'm sorry, I didn't read
Nadir
the
did say
statement.
yes. He did say yes.
Okay, he
Yeah.
is a Muslim.
What did he say? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. What he said.
You didn't pay attention?
I didn't see the opening yet. I mean, I saw the opening, but I didn't see what he was saying. What was the quote?
So what did he say will happen? What does he say that Islam does?
What did he say?
Yeah,
Tell me.
yeah.
I don't know
So
what he said.
Nadir didn't catch the
Yeah.
subtitles,
So
but if you could
let's
just
play it
tell him.
again.
Sure, I can do that.
And we will see whether or not he goes with this man's word or wacky quacky interpretation.
هنفرض أحكام الإسلام على البلد التي دخلناها. أحكام الإسلام بتقول إن كل الناس الموجودين في البلد أصبحوا غنائم وسبايا.
All of mankind is going to be
نساء،
enslaved.
رجال، أطفال، أموال، دور، حقول، مزارع، كل دي بقت ملك الدولة الإسلامية. ألف ب.
Yeah.
بقينا أغنياء ولا لا؟ دخل الخزينة فلوس ولا لا؟ ولا الفلوس هتروح
Okay, you can stop
سويسرا؟
it now. I think that's enough.
ها؟
So he says that Islam will enter other countries, and when it does, everyone in those countries will become spoils and captives of war.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Nadir?
That's that's absolutely incorrect. In fact, what I would ask for you to do, Mary, go
Okay,
to
so
the hold on,
he's wrong. Okay.
hold on, let me finish, Mary. What I would ask for you to do,
You gotta let him finish.
yeah, what I would ask for you to do is go to the mosque in your locality and take this statement to the imam and talk to him about it. You will see that it's not just me who will say this guy is off his rocker, but they will also endorse that. Like I said, I've already talked to scholars, imams, and people like that. They endorse my views. So if you can, but I would ask for you to return back to the Quran and the Sunnah, because you made many statements in your discussion, and I think you need to defend some of those statements, and that's what I've come here to discuss.
So we really need to talk, like cut down on the repetition and the distraction. So you are saying that this guy is off his rocker. Would
Yeah.
he be engaging in wacky quacky interpretation, or would he have facts?
I would
Which
say
one?
he's engaging in hate speech.
Okay, hate speech. So you just said that he's a Muslim,
Yeah.
and Muslim is the religion of facts.
It's
They
absolutely
don't
true, yeah.
have interpretation. They don't have hate speech. They have facts, according to you.
Well, you cannot police everybody, Mary. You know that. I mean,
So
you can
who
always find
is
somebody who's going to say something stupid. But like I said, even with this so-called scholar which you have, presented, I say pick up the phone. Let's give him
okay?
a call and let's talk to him. And what you're going to see is he will 99% agree with what I'm saying here. I'm sure he's not trying to promote violence and unlawfulness and things like that. I hope he would change his statement. But I would ask for you, let's get back to the
Can
Quran
we
and
have
the
a quote
Sunnah.
now? Can we have a poll in
Yeah.
the chat? Who?
You want me to do a poll?
Yeah, do a poll.
Yeah.
So who is engaging in wacky quacky interpretation at this moment? Is it the representative of Christianity, or is it the representative of Islam? Do you know who Abu Ishaq al-Huwaini is, Nadir?
I don't care who he is.
Okay, he is
Yeah.
one of the foremost living scholars
Mhm.
and imams of the Salafi movement currently.
Mhm.
He's
Mhm.
like almost the Pope of Salafism. Okay,
Okay.
he's way up there,
Yeah.
and you're saying that he's off his rocker. You
Yeah.
also agreed that he knows Islam.
No,
And
Mary.
oh, okay, so he's
Yeah.
not a
Let's
Muslim.
get back to the
No,
Quran and the Hadith, and you need to defend some of the things you said,
So
in your discussion.
okay, great. So let's
What you're
start.
doing, you're appealing to authority. This is a logical fallacy. It's not going to work.
Well,
Let's
you
get
keep
back to the
appealing to
teachings of
authority. You
Muhammad
keep talking
and the
about
Quran.
facts versus wacky quacky interpretation.
Now,
So
I'm
why
giving
don't
you a
we?
challenge. I told you to go
Okay.
to the imam of your mosque and
Well,
take
let's
that
start.
video over there.
Well, sweetheart,
Take the
he's
video
allowed
there.
to lie to me, honey.
Okay.
So since I know
Everyone's a liar.
Sharia and I know that it obligates him to
Okay.
lie to me, why would I go to him?
There's no such thing. You're the one actually who's lying here, to be very honest. But I don't want things to go in that direction. I
Okay,
want you to defend some of the things you said in the discussion.
great.
Let's get to the Quran and
Well,
the Hadith.
let's start
and
with
let's talk about that.
let's talk about your
Yeah.
definition of slavery first.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
I
Yes.
absolutely will go to every single point that you want to talk to about,
Okay, wonderful.
every specific
Yes.
hadith. I am
Yes.
thrilled to talk about. But you had a very specific definition of slavery that that you said that made Islam not slavery, and I'd like to kind of look at that right now, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you want me to play a clip? Or?
Yeah. If you'll play the clip where he defines slavery and then says how Islam is something other than that.
Yes. Got it. Oh, let me add it to the screen.
What we should understand, the number one thing we should understand about slavery is Islam condemns slavery. I'm reading from Encyclopedia Britannica over here. It says a slave was considered by law as property or chattel and was deprived of most of the rights. So the point which I want to show you here is that this is a system of laws. Islam condemns all forms of slavery except the version of slavery taught in its scripture, in Islamic Sharia law.
All right, I think that was the correct clip.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so I'm not, because I want to make sure that I had your exact words. I wasn't trying to trap anything or anything like that. I just wanted to make sure that we had your exact words. And so you brought up several things as to why Islam does not reach that definition of slavery. And so I actually want to look at some of the hadith that you used and those that
Sure.
are adjacent to those hadith. So if you would pull up what I've got right now. So here are two of the things that you talked about. I don't know whether or not I have exactly the same ones or not because I didn't really care. But we have, for example, do not burden a slave with work that he's incapable. That, of course, is put in there by the organizer of the ahadith. But it says Abu Hurairah reported that the Prophet said that the slave has his food and clothing. Do not burden a slave with work he is incapable of doing. So you're saying that this is a reason. This is in Sharia. So what you aren't saying is that it's not slavery because it's law, and Islam doesn't have law, because you said Sharia law. So they're both systems of law.
I think you
right?
might be a bit confused. What I'm trying to explain to you is Islam pretty much condemned all man-made forms of laws and came up with a new version of slavery. And therefore, you are to judge what Islam says about slavery based on this new version, which you go to the hadith, like what you're doing right now, and judge Islam based on that. Don't judge Islam based on what Jethro did out on the cotton fields in Louisiana or South Carolina.
Yeah, no,
judge
I agree.
Islam based on our scriptures.
I absolutely want to do that. I just want to clarify some of your ideas. So what you're not saying is that it's not slavery because it's not law, because Sharia is law, right?
No, I'm saying that it is a different version of slavery.
Okay, good. So it's a different version of slavery that does not qualify as the same one because it has protections such as these, correct?
Yes, many all the evils and injustices was done away with it. Yes.
Awesome. So let's look at these injustices. So you can't deprive them of his food. You can't deprive him of his clothing. You cannot force him to do work he's incapable of doing. And then here's another one. If you beat your slave unjustly, the slave receives retaliation from him on day of rising. Can you explain to everyone here what receiving retaliation means in Islamic law context?
Read the hadith again. I'm sorry. I said if you beat a slave, then basically something on the day of judgment. Can you?
The day of rising, same thing. Day of judgment. Yeah. The slave will receive retaliation from you. So,
right.
You know what the Arabic word behind retaliation there is, right?
Intikam.
What?
Intikam. I don't know.
No, it's qiyas.
Qiyas. Yes.
Yeah. So. Can you explain to people what that, because retaliation sounds really weird to us, right? And in English, and it's a Sharia term for. You can go ahead and explain it, because
Well, first of all, as far as what the qiyas will be, I don't know, but you are kind of helping me in my point, which I was trying to make, that if you read the Quran and Hadith, there's so many Hadith which clearly condemn slave beating. And the whole point of these discussions, of why we are having this discussion, is to point out how Islam is the true, how slavery, the issue of slavery, if you look at it from the position of the Bible and Islam.
Nadir,
Well, let me finish my point.
the people in chat
Hold
what
on.
qiyas
Hold on. Let me
is.
finish my point.
Okay.
The point which I'm trying to engage everybody here is just compare what Islam teaches, or what Islam and Christianity teach in terms of slavery, slave beating, and you will see Islam is clearly giving the superior teaching here, because we should open up the discussion for what the Bible also teaches about this, because what the Bible does, if you look at 1 Peter chapter 2 verse 18 through 24, it actually grooms the slave,
so you're not going to answer the question. I don't think that you know
to be beaten by the wicked slave master.
So will you please prove me wrong and tell everyone what it is? I really think you actually do know. You just want to say, I don't care what that qisas is. I just want you to explain
qisas. I'm sorry. Qisas is basically like some kind of, like, let's say you injure me, well, then I'm going to need to get something from you, something like that, from what I understand, right?
Okay. Yes. So it means that you pay someone back for the injury done to them. So it's saying that if you beat your slave unjustly, then on the day of rising, essentially, basically, you're going to have deducted from whatever good stuff you might get from Allah will be given to the slave in this theory of recompense, right? So it's a payment for what happens. Then Muhammad also said the profit, or the expiation for beating or slapping a slave in the face for something he has not done, is to set him free. So what does expiation mean in an Islamic sense?
Well, the expiation for like beating or slapping a slave in any way is basically meaning this is what you got to give in return for doing these things. And I mean, all of these are wonderful hadith.
That's not what expiation means.
Okay,
can you tell us what expiation actually means?
Well, I have to look at the actual Arabic word. I can't see it in front of me on that screen. It's just too small. You'd have to give me the Arabic word, and I can, if I know it, I can tell you what it means. So I can't see it on screen, but these are, I think you were all in agreement. You just can't beat a slave like this. And it closes the door for his torture or anything like that. And that was my point, why Islam, it positively identifies Islam to be the true religion, while Christianity, it opens the door for his torture, right? Because the Bible says you are to submit to the harsh slave master.
All right. So,
and that opened the door for his torture.
Let's go back on subject again. Okay, so expiation in Islamic law is what you do to remove sin from yourself and from your account. So you will have sin on yourself if you do not choose to do this thing. Now, expiation, how is that different than had, punishment?
I don't know.
Had, the justice.
I don't know. You'll have to do. What's your point? So can you get to your point?
Okay. So is expiation something that is handled in legal courts and in jurisprudence? Does the judge declare that expiation's on people?
Well, in this case, it would, because we have so many hadiths from the Prophet which condemns slave beating. So it would go to court. In fact,
okay, can you give me examples of cases in early Islam? Because we have lots of records of jurisprudence through like 1000 AD, right?
Yeah. Well, not a lot of records. That's the whole problem. We don't have anything.
I'm sure that you should easily. I can easily right now go in and find an entire book about girls who were married before the age of consent, who were then suing to be freed from their marriages because they were before the age of consent whenever the marriage was consummated. Like there's an entire book on that just in the Levant. So I'm sure that you'll be able to cite many cases of early Islamic jurisprudence where people were set free by the courts because they have been slapped.
So I think the point which you're making is what the law here, which is saying that if you beat a slave or if you slap a slave, the expiation is you have to set him free. So the question I think which you're raising is how much was this actually implemented? Did Muslims really put this into practice?
No,
I think that's where you're going, right?
My point is
that I'd like to pause for just one second here. Read it, or at least thank Nick Highlander for a super chat.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
No comment, just a donation, so thank you for that. Question from Matt. Will Nadir be taking audience questions later on? I actually didn't discuss this. So Mary and Nadir, are you open to audience questions later today?
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll try to save those towards the end. And Nina says, I would like to know what's the justly way of beating slaves is according to Nadir, since there's a punishment of beating unjustly.
Right.
This is a good way to get back to the discussion here, because Mary was saying that
Here we go again.
the punishment, right? That the punishment, or
Yeah.
that according to you in Islamic law, if you beat a slave unjustly, they are set free. And then she was asking for examples where this has happened historically to see if your interpretation lines up with history. So perhaps you can clarify, under what circumstances would someone be
Sure.
set free?
Let me just share my desktop here so I can get
Sure thing.
the references. You cannot beat a slave at all. For example, if we look at the example of the Prophet Muhammad over here, it states he never struck a servant or a woman. And so that is a moral example we are to be following. And it states very clearly that the people who beat their slaves, they are labeled as evil people in the next reference here. So the problem, I mean, there is no acceptable amount of beating a slave, as we can see from the Prophet himself. He said, anybody who beats a slave or slaps him, the expiation is that you have to set him free. And the word unjustly is not in that hadith. Let me get you that reference for you real quick.
Yes, but it is in the other. Why is there a difference?
Okay. Well, so there could be narrated by a couple of different people, but let me just get the hadith, which I see over here. It says, if anyone slaps or beats his slave, the atonement due from him is to set him free.
Right. So and the key word there is atonement or expiation.
Right.
So what is atonement or expiation?
Well, you did a sin, so now yes, exactly. You gotta do something.
Would it be a sin for beating your slave who has had who committed zina? Is that a sin?
Everybody gets beaten who commits zina, not just a slave. Okay.
So if you beat your slave for committing zina, for example, that would not be something. What is the Sunnah of Muhammad? What does it consist of?
This is teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, the Quran, and of course what he approved of.
No, Sunnah just of Muhammad, not of. I'm not talking about the Quran.
Okay, what he taught and what he approved of. Yes.
What he did, what he did,
and what he approved of.
What he talked about, what he explicitly approved of.
Right.
Also, what he did not speak about when it was brought in front of him.
Yes. Okay. So
if he does not speak about something in condemnation, it is often used as it's cited in jurisprudence.
That's open for interpretation. There's issues on that.
It is cited. Okay. I'm saying literally, it is cited.
Let's try and finish up your point, because Mary, I got some points I want to raise too. So let's just keep going. Yeah. What is your point? Let's just go there.
My point is that if something is brought to his attention and he does not condemn it, and instead he reacts to something else, then that is used as a point of Islamic jurisprudence.
Not really. There could be many reasons for it. But anyways, go ahead. Just go. Bring up your argument.
So what should he do if he saw someone beating his slave?
Yeah.
What did Muhammad do every time? Because you said that any time you beat a slave, other than for adultery, because everyone's punished for adultery, right? Every other time.
Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. So basically, you really can't go with that, because there could be situations where, as you know, the revelation came down in stages. So at one point, an issue was tolerated, like drinking alcohol. The truth of the matter is, drinking alcohol was really never acceptable in Islam, but it was tolerated. And then when the revelation came down, then it was wiped out completely. But what Muhammad did, he basically started this campaign on several occasions. He would go up to people and he said, "You do not beat your slave." He would tell people, like for example, in the following reference, it says, um, when I'm just going to quote this hadith, which you can see on your screen. When my master found out about that, he beat me. So I went to the messenger of Allah. He came to him and said, "Do not beat him." So the issue here is a Muslim who really believes in Islam, when they see all of these hadiths clearly condemning slave beating, we're not going to question this anymore, and we're going to say, "Whoa,
Awesome.
whoa,
Thank you
whoa,
for bringing
that's
that
it."
one up, because that's
You
actually
know?
the one I wanted to bring up, Nadir.
Yes.
If you'll
Okay.
share my screen.
Sure.
So, did he say he's beaten him for giving something away? So his response is, "Hey, don't beat him for doing that. The
That's not what it
reward will
said.
be shared between both of you." He did say that, yes. But you know what he didn't say?
Well,
He didn't
can
say
you quote the hadith you're quoting, please?
what, it's right here.
I'm sorry, I can't. The problem is I can't read it. I
Oh,
mean,
okay. It's
yeah.
Yeah.
exactly the same hadith that you had. So,
Okay.
Umair, the free slave, commanded me to cut up some meat, and then a poor man came, so I
Yeah.
gave him some.
Right.
When my master found out about that, he beat me. So I went to the messenger of Allah, and he came to him and said, "Do not beat him." He said he gave away my food
Okay.
without me telling him to. He said the reward will be shared
Right.
between you both. Okay, so what did he not say?
He told him, "Don't beat him," and he said,
Yeah,
and
but
for the
what did he not say?
Okay, what
He
did
did
he
not
not
say
say?
you need to free him.
Okay.
Now I have a question.
He said that in other hadith,
He
Mary.
did not say you have
Okay.
to free him for beating him for this
We
cause.
have hadith which clearly says that you
So
are to free him. Okay.
what we
So
have,
okay.
so since you are going on fact and not supposition, I need
Mhm.
some facts provided by the four jurists, the four schools of jurisprudence, please. Either Shafi'i, Hanbali, all them
Mhm.
themselves, or one of their significant followers in one of the manuals of fiqh, that anytime you beat a slave
Yeah.
except for adultery, a had punishment, right?
Yeah.
I need to see something that they wrote that if you beat a slave for any reason other than a had punishment, that they are to be freed. Because if you are going on fact, then you will have that.
Mhm.
They give you
Yeah.
instructions about all kinds of things. You have instructions
Okay.
about how to do practically everything. So since you are going on fact, and since we clearly see here that Muhammad did not tell them to free the slave here,
In other passages, he did.
that he did not tell them to free a slave just for beating them.
We have other
Free the
hadith where it
slave
clearly
for
asked him,
hitting
told
them
him to free the slave,
unjustly.
Mary.
And that's why it's an expiation.
Okay. The
It's an
word unjustly is not
expiation
in the text. You're
whenever you
interpreting it
do
in there?
not, whenever
Okay.
you do not do something. So
Okay.
an expiation comes
Hey,
after sin.
Let me
Nadir.
just address your
And the
points real very
definition, okay,
quickly, Mary.
according to you, you want to
Okay.
read this. You want to read this as you wish. So you want to read this
Mhm.
as you should do this as an expiation anytime you
Right.
beat them,
Yes.
except for all the times that I want to accept that beating them is okay. But
There's
the
no
other
beating
times I don't
okay.
want to
There
accept.
is no okay. You're
Okay,
making it
so
up.
you should not
well,
beat
Okay.
them
you,
for fornication.
yeah, so
Sharia
Mary,
law.
you gotta
Okay.
you gotta give Nadir a chance
Yeah.
to
Okay,
answer.
let me address all this. First of all, what I will not do is go to the book of interpretations of the four books of Hanafi, Shafi. No, why should I do that when it's clearly explicitly written in our text? In fact, can I share my desktop here real quick? When something is explicitly written multiple times, I'm not going to go to Shafi, Hanafi, Maliki to, first of all, they never contradicted what I am telling you to begin with.
Okay,
Okay,
then you
so
can provide
hold
it.
on, let me finish my point. And so I'm quoting a hadith. If anyone slaps or beats his slave, the atonement due from him is to set him free. Now, this whole issue about, okay, but you could beat him if you beat him unjustly. This is a canard which does not exist in our scriptures. It's for any reason you cannot beat a slave. So I think we have actually beaten this argument. I mean, this issue clear. There's no doubt about it. You cannot beat a slave in Islam. Now, I have some issues I would like to bring up, and I would like to, we had two debates, one on Christianity,
We
one
will
on Islam.
absolutely get to everything.
Okay,
You
so
still want to say this,
well,
but you are
you
are
had,
also saying that you
well, Mary,
can beat your slave
you've been at
for
this for
zina,
almost
that
40
you
minutes.
must beat your slave for zina,
Okay,
while also
Mary,
maintaining
we're
that
done
you
with it.
cannot beat him for any
Okay,
reason.
Mary,
Mary,
hold on a second.
yeah,
Hold
we're
on a
done.
second. So you've asked
Okay.
Nadir a number of questions. He should have
Yeah.
the opportunity to ask you a
Yeah.
question. But if it's about the Bible, you don't have to answer that because
Okay.
that's not what
Yeah,
we
but
agreed
so
to
Mary, I'll
discuss.
ask
We're
you,
not talking about the Bible today.
Okay, you don't. Okay, so you don't want. You cannot defend your book. Is that the
I
problem?
absolutely will not talk about the Bible because you're just trying to distract. You've requested a conversation
Okay. Well,
with me about
okay.
what I said
So
about
we can
your
Yeah.
schedule
book.
a discussion another day to go
Okay,
over
let's
the
do. We'll
Bible. I'm sure that
discuss
Mary
that.
would
Yeah,
be
just
happy
to
to do
make
it
it
on
sure that
another
Mary's
day.
not running away from the Bible. We'll do another discussion on the Bible. Fine. So I do want to confront you on some of the teaching, on some of the things you've said, and that goes back to the issue of rape. I think you were taught. You said that basically I was interpreting consent and things like that into the text. So I do have a reference for you. I quoted three slave girls and I showed you that none of them were raped. These people did, when they expressed that I don't want to do this, they were left alone. And so let me just very quickly give you one reference here, and this is from the Hadith. I'm sorry, this is from the slave girl, Juwaira, and yeah, here is the actual text which you could see on the screen. So one of the rights which Muhammad gave, and I'll get you that reference in just a second here. One of the rights which Muhammad gave all the slave girls is that they could grab his hand at any time and go for a walk-in talk. So if there's any kinds of problems, they can basically say, okay, here's what's going on, stuff like that. So Juwaira takes advantage of this, and look what it says over here. It says over here, this is a text. Let me find it for you real quick. Yeah, here we go, right over here, where you see this little icon over here is. Um, so basically, she was basically assigned. She was a captive. Every man who saw her, she came to the apostle to ask him help in this matter. As soon as I saw her at the door of my room, I took a dislike for her. I knew that she would. I knew that he would see her, and I saw her. She went in and told him who she was, that she belonged to this guy Harith B. Abu Dihar. I'm sorry, Dirar, the chief of his people. And you cannot you sorry, you can see that you can see the state to which I have been brought. I have fallen to the lot of Thabit or his cousin, and have given him a deed of my ransom, and have been given a deed of my ransom, and have come to ask for your help in this matter. He says, would you like something better than that? I will discharge your debt and marry you. She accepted him right there in the text. So from the point which I'm showing you, now every slave girl can look and see what Joera did. And like you said, what Muhammad approved of. When she said, I don't like that, but I don't want to be with him, she can voice that concern, and she can be then assigned to someone else. And in this case, it's Muhammad who offered himself, and the text very clearly states she accepted him. So there you go. There's the consent.
Okay, let's talk about Jurayra. What page is
So
this in
before you
Ibn Ishaq?
respond, Mary, before you respond, Sonique asked where this is from. So what source are you quoting,
Ibn
real
Ishaq.
quick?
Which
Ibn
page,
Ishaq.
please?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Which page, please?
So the page is, so if you click on this link over here, I think it's page 257. So Ibn Ishaq is all online. Somebody put it up there. And I think I got the link. Yeah, let's click on this link. I think this is where it is. Let's see if I, yeah, oh, here we go. This is oh boy, where's the pin? Let me click on this link. I think I made a screenshot of it over here. So I'm guessing it's from one of these screenshots over here. If I
Yeah,
if I
I
put in the
can't
right
read those.
place.
Can you make it bigger for you to read? Because I can't.
Well, would you like my screenshot from the book?
No, I would like to see the book
You want the
itself.
reference?
So,
Okay, let me get that for you.
730 and 731 in the. Whoops,
Yeah.
I just went a little bit too far. All right.
Let me go and look at what the screenshot I have is.
So now let's talk about here. Yes. So let's talk about
Whoops.
Jurayra and how she came to be a
No, we need to talk about consent.
no,
You
we
specifically
okay,
said,
Oh well,
yeah,
awesome.
that's what we need to talk
So let's
about.
talk about
yeah,
consent.
she's gonna get
So
there.
how did she
Yeah.
become a slave?
It was from some battles. I believe she was part of
Okay.
that or something like that. Yeah.
So it's the raid on Banu al Mustalik,
Mustabak,
right?
yes.
right? And so why were they being attacked?
The Banu Mustalik, I believe it had something to do with violation of the treaty or something like that. So yeah, but go ahead, please.
So they the Muhammad heard a rumor that they might possibly gather against him. And so he sent out a raid ahead of time and killed a bunch of them, and then attacked their entire village and slaughtered the men and took all the women captive, correct?
No, you're claiming Banu Mustalik was based on a rumor. I think that's nonsense. But
Okay.
that's off topic. I need you to defend your
All right.
claim where you said that these
Yeah. So
Okay,
what?
so
So
issue is
I know
consent.
you will eventually have a point here, but
You're going off
maybe
topic.
like get to the point, right?
Yeah.
okay, well, we're talking about consent. So was she consensually a slave?
No, she was taken as a prisoner of war, right? Yeah.
Okay, so just like our buddy Abu Ishaq said at the beginning, that Muslims will invade your lands and make all of your houses and your children and your wives their property.
No,
Okay?
don't go to that guy.
Excellent.
Quote the scripture,
So,
okay? We're
yes,
done with that.
excellent. Now, where does it say that every slave woman has the right to ask Muhammad to be assigned to a different man to put his penis into her?
So this is from the example which Juwaira, remember the sunnah is
Okay,
what Muhammad, hold on. No,
You
don't
said
cut
that
me
every
off.
woman has that
Do
right. You
not,
need to
yes, they all
substantiate
have the
that.
right, and I'll give you that right in just a second over here. Okay, first of all, what Muhammad approved of, as you stated, is the sunnah. So what Juwaira basically exercised her right, and she showed disapproval of Thabit, and she was assigned to someone who she liked, and she accepted that. So that right now can be exercised by anybody because Muhammad himself approved of it and practiced it himself.
No, he didn't. Let's actually read what happened.
Okay, go ahead.
So, the apostle distributed the captives, and Juwaira fell to the lot of Thabit ibn Qais, or to a cousin of his, and she gave him a deed for her redemption. So she's asking, don't show that. That's not what I'm
Yeah.
just reading.
Sorry, I was just checking. It was too small without me pulling it up.
Here,
So I was checking to
I
see
can.
if that's what you're
It's
reading.
going to be really small regardless. Here.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you can't read it, then
it's pretty. It's bigger than Nadir's was, but it's still pretty small. You can put it up. Okay. Gave him a deed for her redemption. She was the most beautiful woman. She captivated every man who saw her. So, is she an unattractive woman?
No, she's beautiful.
She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. Every man who sees her is captivated. She came to the apostle to ask his help in the matter. So, where does it say that every woman can come to the apostle to ask his help?
Yes. Can you please, can I share my desktop, please?
yeah, absolutely.
So I'm reading, if you can see my desktop, I'm quoting the hadith over here. A slave girl of Medina would take a hold of the hand of the prophet and take him wherever she desired. So this is instituting a walk and talk. Whenever in this period of time, she can voice whatever concern she has. And that's exactly what Juwaira did. She exercised her right. And she did not like Thabit. She did not like that she was given to this captor as a slave girl. And she said, I want somebody else, basically. So the issue here, Mary, I think you're running away from the issue that you were feeding us a whole bunch of horse manure, to be very honest with you, when you did your whole 3-hour discussion where you're saying all these girls, they did not give consent. I was reading all that into the text. No. So this is just one example. We're going to go to Rayhana. You said the same thing about Rayhana, and I'll show you that as well. You said that I fabricated and with a statement where I told you that Muhammad, when Rayhana showed dislike for Islam, that Muhammad stayed away from her. You basically stated that's not in the text. I was making that up. Would you like to see that reference as well?
No, we're staying here.
Okay.
We're staying here.
It looks like we're done on this one.
No, we are not done on this one because you don't want to read the rest.
Are you
going
to argue rape?
Are you going
to argue rape of Juwaira?
A particular slave girl of Medina, not every slave girl, one slave girl of Medina would take hold of his hand and take him wherever she wanted because he liked a particular slave girl of Medina. Which slave girl of Medina did he really like? Which slave girl is that? Who was his favorite slave girl of Medina? Yeah, we're going to ignore that. That would be Mary the Copt. They're just avoiding her name. It does not say every slave girl. And if you were going on, facts instead of wacky quacky, interpretation, you could bring me scholars that agree with your wacky quacky interpretations, but you can't. Now,
Yeah.
she
Whenever
was
you
super
get
hot. She was
stuck,
so
you
hot.
go to
She was
scholars.
gorgeous. She was the biggest boob,
Okay.
plumpest, juiciest, most delicious girl in this entire place, right? She came to the apostle to ask his help in the matter. As soon as I saw her, this is Aisha, at the door of my room, I took a dislike to her. Why? Because I knew he would see her as I saw her. So Aisha doesn't like her because Aisha goes, Muhammad is going to want to put his dick in this girl and it's going to happen. That's why she doesn't like her. She went in and told him who she was, the daughter of the chief of his people. So she isn't just any slave girl. She's the daughter of a chief, and she's super hot and luscious and plump, right? She says, you can see the state to which I have been brought. I've fallen into the lot of Thabit, or his cousin, and I've given him a deed for my ransom and have come to your help to ask your help in the matter. So what does she ask for? He's just not going to answer. What does she ask for?
What do you mean? What did she ask for? I'm sorry.
What did she ask for? I have given him a deed for my ransom and have come to ask your help in the matter. She asks him for something.
I'm sorry, I don't have the text in front of me. I can't see. What? Can you just answer real quick? Yeah.
Let's do this again. She gave Thabit a deed for her redemption. Yeah. And then Thabit didn't want to accept it. So she goes to Muhammad and she says, please, Muhammad, I have a deed for my redemption. Someone is going to pay for me to be free. Will you please accept that? And he said, this is like her promise that, she's going to be ransomed, right? And he said, oh, would you like something better than that? I will discharge your debt and marry you. So he did not offer to do it. He offered a substitute. He did not say, you have a choice. You can be free
for freedom.
Or you can marry me. He said, oh, you want that? I'll give you something better. You can marry me.
Let me respond to some of that. Okay, let me respond to some of that.
He was the leader of the group that had just captured everyone and slaughtered the men, taken the women captive. She wanted to be free, and because she is the daughter of a chief, very high in status, she comes to him and begs for a particular request to be free. He does not
I got your point. I got your point, Mary. Okay, so your argument here, well, he didn't grant her freedom, and she basically remained in slavery. Therefore, that's bad. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, what's your point? Can you please just get to your point,
Mary? You speak English. Let's try this again. What did she ask for, Nadir?
Okay.
What did she ask for? Okay, chat. What did she ask for? I'm sure that the chat was listening better than you were. Chat. What did she ask for? What does she want?
This is all irrelevant. This is all irrelevant.
It's incredibly
relevant. You are trying to make a case on something else.
Oh, thank you. She asked to be freed. She asked for freedom.
No, she was not freed. We all agree she's not freed. Nadir. Okay, Mary.
Freedom. Okay, everyone knows that she asked for what? She asked to be freed, right? Okay. So she asked to be freed.
No, she was not freed because she's a prisoner of war. Oh my God.
Did Muhammad offer to free her? Yes or no, chat, since Nadir can't answer.
Okay.
Did Muhammad...
No, she didn't. She didn't free. No, she was not freed. Okay, that's clear.
Thank you. Yeah. So he did not offer to free her. Yes. Why did Aisha hate her the second she walked in the room?
This is irrelevant, Mary.
Because
oh my God.
She knew that Muhammad was going to take his dick and stick it into this hot girl, and she was going to be his new favorite for a while. That's what she was afraid of when she walked in the door. She was super hot.
Thaddeus, can I jump in?
What was the outcome, Nadir? Yeah. Was the outcome what Aisha wanted or feared, or what 𝙧𝙧𝙖𝙡 wanted? Did 𝙧𝙧𝙧 get what she wanted, what she came for?
All right. So the question is clear, right? Because Nadir was suggesting that this was an incident that provides for Muhammad being willing to free slaves.
No, it's not free slave. Giving the choice. I mean, they are not raped, is what I'm saying. The slave girl.
Right. So he gave her the. she asked for freedom, and he gave her a choice: marry me or remain a slave, and she chose to remain a slave. That is what
No,
the
no,
story is.
she chose to marry him. This one chose to marry him.
Well,
So he said, remain a slave. She asked to be freed. And he said, the only thing he offered her is, hey, if you marry me instead of Thabit, I will free you. But you'll
okay.
be my wife.
Can I say something here, please? I mean, I
Yeah,
understand what the
So,
argument.
so the outline is clear. So, Nadir, you can now respond.
Yeah, I don't care about these points which Mary is raising because it's all irrelevant and off topic. What she's doing, she's shifting the goalpost because she has been refuted. The issue when I debated that debate, on Islam and slavery, one of the issues came up was raping the slave captives. I presented references like Joera, what you see right over here. I presented references showing no, women were given a choice. And when a woman showed that she's not a willing participant, I'll show you that reference as well. They were not raped. And from this example, so the issue here is rape. I mean, the text very clearly stated she accepted him. And what we now know from the hadith or from Sirah ibn Ishaq over here is that when a woman is not wanting to engage with sexual relations with this particular person or captor, she is given a choice. She can go straight to the head of the state, in this case it was Muhammad, and voice her complaint and can be assigned someone she likes. That's what the text explicitly stated. All of this was denied by Mary afterwards, and now she has been refuted. Now the
So
whole
does
issue,
literally
the
anyone
whole
else
issue about
here
she wasn't
see
granted
it as
freedom.
Nadir does?
I'm
That
not
she was
here to
given
discuss that, and I don't
that
care
what
about
she
that.
wanted was
I would
not to be
hold
raped
on.
by
I don't
him,
care about
but
that.
to have sex with someone else. Is that what she
Okay.
wanted? Did she want to have sex with
She
Muhammad when she came in?
accepted him, is the
Okay.
text clearly
So
stated.
I have a question for you, Nadir. What
Yeah.
was canon law concerning the marriage of women who were unfree, like if they were
I don't care.
taken captive?
Okay, you
Okay,
have
you
been
don't care what
refuted.
canon law was.
I don't
So
care
canon
about
law
these issues you are
concerning
Okay.
consent
you look,
in
Mary,
the early Middle
you need to
Ages. Hang
retract
on.
your statement.
So
You
no,
said these girls
absolutely not,
were
child.
raped. Okay, hold on.
So
Let me one
Okay.
person can talk at a time here.
Let
Let
me
me get
just
to
chime in here
Rayhana.
for a
so
second
Go ahead.
Nadir,
and
I
get
will
things
use a
back
definition
on
of
track.
rape that was
Okay, let's get to
existent at that
Rayhana.
time.
Let's
Let
get
me
to
use a
Rayhana.
definition of rape that was existent at that time.
It is
Under
you who
canon
spinning the
law,
definition.
hang
Okay.
on,
Okay.
Nadir,
No.
a
I'm
definition of
not
rape
I'm
that was
going on to the next
current
point.
at
I'm not
that
listening to
time.
all this.
So
All right. So,
according
Yeah.
to
Mary, Nadir said he's not going to listen. So why don't you
Yeah.
just make your final thought real quick, and then I want to
Let's move on.
take a super chat from the audience.
yeah, he
Yeah.
also wants to talk about the other ones, but I'd love to talk
Rayhana.
about that too. But according to canon law that was current at that time, that if a woman had been abducted from her home and was in control of another man, even if she gave consent, and if later someone asked her, hey, did you consent to marry this man? That marriage was not valid until she was removed from that man's power for a period of time, and then was asked again, do you want to stay married to that man or do you want to be free? Because it was considered that her consent was given under duress and so was not valid as it stood. So she had to be taken away from him, taken to a place where she was safe, where he could not reach her, where he could not touch her for a period of time, and then asked again.
Okay.
So according to
All right.
canon law, it
Yeah,
would be
let's
rape.
move on. Okay.
All right.
So
We got the point. So I want to
the
both
issue
just pause
here,
for a second. We got the
yeah, I
point.
want to get to Rayhana.
Yeah,
You are
we'll get to Rayhana in just a
look at
second.
these Christians throwing rotten tomatoes after seeing Mary go down like this.
Yeah,
Listen,
I don't
I'm
think
not
that's
even
what
going
I
to go
don't think
there.
that's what happened at
Yeah,
all.
they're all no. Mary just got
You didn't want
caught.
to answer Mary's question on this
No, no, no.
topic, and
This is
I'm
all
allowing you
irrelevant
to
to the
move on.
debate. Look,
But it was you who didn't want to answer the
no,
topic.
no,
So
no, because this is all
so just
irrelevant. Let's talk about what's going on here.
that's fine. You claim it's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
yeah.
You don't have to answer. I'm not gonna. We're
Christian
not going to
mad.
force you to answer. But don't say that the Christians are throwing tomatoes
They're
at
throwing
you.
rotten tomatoes because Mary's going down. Yeah, that's
Uh,
clear.
yeah, you refusing to answer means Mary's going down. I got it. Anyway, we're taking a break here. We're taking a break,
Mhm.
and I'm taking this from the
Yeah.
audience. All right. So Christ of Salvation says today the topic is what does Islam say about slavery? That is the topic. Indeed, it is. Indeed, it is. The topic
The
is not what does Islam say about rape. It
well,
is
hold
not.
on a second. I don't agree. Let me understand. I think we have a misunderstanding here. I mean, Mary made certain claims in her discussion, right? and now she has to defend those claims. She is
Yeah.
basically saying these
Uh,
slave girls were raped, and
Okay,
now
so
okay,
I
picking
have
up their
already
property.
proven by
so
canon law
stop,
that
You know,
Mary.
she was
Mary,
raped. Let's look at
just hold
Rayhana.
on a second.
yeah,
Just hold on a second. You're the one who didn't want to answer the question
it's
about
irrelevant.
rape,
That's why.
Nadir. I was actually trying to help you, saying that we
No,
don't need to discuss that topic, and then you're saying, "Hold on a second, I'm the one who made the topic rape." Okay,
let's move on to
thanks.
Rayhana now. You
All right,
guys,
so
look. The issue
we'll,
here
we'll
is
move on to Rayana. We'll move on to
yeah.
Rayana after I read the super
Mhm.
chat. Okay.
Okay, sure.
So from Villainous.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Great advice there from
Mhm.
Goofy Man. Give as much as you possibly can, because the more you give, the more Allah will give you back,
Mhm.
allegedly. He
Yeah.
says playing dodgeball with text is short shrift to rivers of castration blood from 1400 years of Islamic chattel. He says chapel, but he meant chattel slavery. Thank you for that donation there. Uh, he made this point in the chat several times that in Islamic slavery as practiced, the slaves were castrated, um, and he
No.
said he said it that not beating. Well, I would say it isn't
Okay.
beating,
No.
but it's equally bad. So
This is
let's before we
yeah.
go back on topic, I'll give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, of course, castrating a slave is completely haram. It's completely forbidden. I mean, it all goes back to the hadith where it says, if you cannot even slap or even beat a slave, then God forbid, what are you doing that you're actually castrating him? So there's no basis in Islam for this. So there's no point of you responding to that. So what I'm seeing here is a
Well,
cowardly
if
retreat.
you're gonna claim it's
Yeah,
haram, then you actually
yeah.
do have to provide a source. If you just want to say, I
Well,
don't need to
they
respond.
Hold on.
did
Let me
pay
finish my point
they
here.
paid their slave
Hold on a
captors
second.
to castrate them ahead
Let's
of
talk
time
about the game which
because
is
they weren't
being
supposed
played
to do
here by the Christians here. To be very honest with you, they are getting beat into by the
it. Okay,
scripture. I'm
so
quoting.
why don't you beat me with Rayhana and quit
Uh,
wasting my
hold
time?
on a
Let's go
second.
to
Let me. Yeah.
Rayhana.
Let's.
I've already
Okay.
got Ibn Ishaq up if you would
Let
like mine. It's
let's. I
bigger, the
want to talk
print's
about
bigger.
the game which is going on over here.
Uh,
Okay.
I'm
I,
They
distracting
said.
because you're
Oh,
being
okay. Are you guys
absolutely
going to talk over me?
destroyed. Let's
Okay.
get back to the
Allow me
topic.
to.
I,
Okay.
okay, so Mary,
Only
let
one person
Nathir
at a time can
do
talk.
his whining, and then we'll get to Rehana.
Yeah, so
All right.
I'm quoting explicit hadith coming straight from the Prophet Muhammad himself, which refutes all the nonsense which Mary was giving us in her 3 hour discussion. And now to do damage control, show me some scholars who would agree with that. No, I'm showing the Muhammad himself. We don't need to go to any scholars when he is explicitly stating it. Now, the issue of rape, in my debate, I said, no, you cannot rape a slave girl because this goes against the prophetic example. Mary stated that I made up all these references. I was just reading into there
Okay, let's
what's
go to
not there.
Rayhana so you
Now,
can come and school me
remember,
on
okay,
it.
so
Come
I
on,
will
do
hold
it.
you to your statement. I told you that with a
Rayhana,
slave, okay, Rehana, the statement I made it very clear.
thank you. Do it.
I
Pull it up.
stated that when Rehana showed aversion towards Islam, what was the reaction of Muhammad? I quoted clearly Muhammad stayed away from her. Mary
Okay,
claim I
awesome.
fabricated that. Here is a reference. Can I share my desktop?
Mine's
And
bigger. It's the same thing.
you are getting, I'm telling you something, Mary. You are getting lit up in this discussion that it's making your turban glow. Okay? Because you are being proved that
I,
you fed people a bunch of crap in that discussion here. Now let's read
so
very
I
clear
have
here.
a role. So I'm just going to interject my role here.
Yeah,
Whoever feels the need to continually claim that they're victorious
yeah.
probably is not doing that
Let's see
well.
if I made up the
But
reference as
we'll
Mary
see.
claimed. So
Okay.
it states over here the apostle proposed to marry her uh, and put a veil on her, but she said, "Nay, leave me in your power, for that would be easier for me and for you." So he left her. She showed repugnance towards Islam when she was captured and clung to Judaism. So here is a quote which Mary said I made up. The text very clearly states here, so the apostle put her aside and felt some displeasure. So the point here is what
All
I
right,
was
let's bring up
hold on, let
mine
me finish
so
my
that
last point
Bigger and
here.
everybody
The
can read it.
Yeah,
argument I was
let him
making,
finish. Let him finish.
the argument I was making is when the slave girl show that she's not a willing participant, were these girls raped? Absolutely not. The text very clearly stated that the apostle put her aside and felt some displeasure. So you should apologize for making for giving people false information, because you said I made this reference up. Please go ahead.
All right, so let's look at this here. It says the apostle had proposed to marry her, but instead, you can go ahead and leave that one up. That one has the whole thing. Can you
Oh,
guys, if you want to have the other one?
sorry. I I assume that you want me to switch to
Okay,
those,
sorry,
but
that's
I'll
fine.
leave it up.
So where did she die? Did she die as a free woman or did she die as his sex slave?
There's no sex slave in
Okay,
Islam, as
did
you
she
can see here.
die as
Yeah.
a free woman or did she die as a possession of his right hand?
That is irrelevant to the statement you made. You said
Okay,
I made up this
so
reference you are seeing on the screen
you read,
where it
no,
clearly said that that Muhammad stayed away from her. It's what you said I made that up. I'm giving you the reference.
it did not say that he stayed away from her.
So the
Rather
apostle
that she was,
put her aside.
yeah, it doesn't say he never had sex with her again. Here's
So
the
the
question.
apostle put
Hang
her
on.
aside. What does that mean?
No,
How can
it
you have
means that he
sex with her
kept
and
her
you
as a
put her
sex
away?
slave, and whenever he chose to visit her, he did.
No, but
So
you
let's look
stated
at it.
I
Hang on,
made this up.
hang on. No, what you
She
did was that
she
you
didn't
read.
state that you made up the reference.
Yeah,
She
she
stated that
did.
you made up the
I
interpretation.
No,
say
she
that you
didn't.
made up
I
the
made very.
interpretation.
We could
And
play
what
the
you read,
tape.
hang on,
Yeah.
what you read is nay. So what it actually says is the apostle had proposed to marry her and put the veil on her. So he took her as a slave, had intercourse with her, and he said, I will put the veil on you, because when he first took her, there was the 4-wife limit, and he was already at 4. He could not marry her according to his old rules until he took his fifth wife.
This is
So there was a
irrelevant.
period of approximately a year in there in which she was only the possession of his right hand, and he could not marry her because Allah had not yet revealed that he could have more than 4 wives.
Does
So
the text?
during that period, when he took her initially, did he say, hey, I will marry you? Or was that an option that was open?
That is irrelevant to
Okay, that's
what.
irrelevant. All right, you think that's
Mary,
over? So
did you just say that
year,
did you just say that did you make the claim that Muhammad had sexual relations with
Oh,
Rayhana?
he absolutely did. Absolutely.
Where
Everyone
in the
agrees
text
that she
do
was
you see
a
that?
that she was a
Where
possession that he had
show me your
intercourse with.
reference.
So if you look at and all the classical scholars
No,
who
no,
have
show me
lists
the reference.
of his concubines
Okay,
say
you
that
don't have the
Rayhana
reference.
was at least a
Okay.
concubine. So
Yeah.
if you'll scroll down,
All right.
scroll back down a little bit, let's read the whole
And
thing. Or
where
I'll
did
need
it
to
say
put-
now?
do I need,
Now I'm
do you
going to
want me
hold
just
you to
pull up
that.
mine?
You said he had sex with her, right? Show it.
He-
Where is that?
What in Ibn Ishaq?
Yeah, in Ibn Sa'd, yeah.
Goodness gracious. Anyway, there are
Okay.
every list that has his list of concubines lists her with Mary the Copt as one of his concubines. And a few of them claim that he eventually married
Okay.
her. But they all agree that he had intercourse with her.
The issue is rape.
So, yes,
Where's the rape?
So she was taken at first as a slave.
Okay.
And he said the apostle had chosen one of their women for himself. So she was chosen, and she remained with him until she died in his power as a woman of his right hand. The apostle had proposed to marry her and put the veil on her. Remember, there is a time lapse between the first year when he had her and after he married Zainab ibn Jahash. And in that period, Allah had not yet said he could have more than 4 wives, so he could not have legitimately married her. So sometime after, he said, oh, by the way, Allah changed his mind. I can have more than 4 wives. So now you don't have to stay the possession of my right hand. You can wear a veil and it also says, had proposed to marry her and put the veil on her. So that's after the verse of veiling, which happened at the same time as Zainab ibn Jahash. So we all know when this happened, right? But she said, nay, leave me in your power, for that will be easier for me or for you. And you originally said, so he left her alone. But what does it say? Leave me in your power, for that would be easier for you, for me, and for you. So he left her in his power, not left her totally alone, did not mess
This is irrelevant to the issue of rape. Show me the rape.
Hang on.
Okay. So
Yeah.
let me explain why this is relevant, Nadir, because you claim that Mary you claimed that Mary lied about what you had said,
Yeah.
that he put her aside, but in fact it says that it leave in power, right? That's not the same thing. It's not what you
No, no,
claimed.
Well,
no.
That's
The
why
what
issue
he
she
is what.
pointed
originally
this in the
said
first
was
place.
No, no,
left
no, no,
her
no, no.
alone.
What Mary
He
Right, left
said.
her
added an
alone.
Hold on,
extra
let me
word.
speak. You asked me a question. Let me speak here. You basically said that I fabricated the reference. So the apostle put her aside and felt some displeasure. You claimed that I fabricated that. You
No,
claimed
when I said that you
you made the
fabricated,
claim. If I
no.
understand it correctly, you that
Wait,
Rayhana was
So
raped.
he left her
I'm
alone.
still
He left
waiting
her
to see
alone. He
where
said
she
that
was
like 5
raped.
times.
so let's just
You
clear the
don't
air
have
here,
that
right?
reference.
Okay.
It doesn't exist.
Let's just clear the air. So Mary, if you misspoke and you said that Nadir completely invented the reference, I don't have the tape, so I'm going to concede it's possible you misspoke. Can you say that that isn't what you meant, and explain what you really did mean?
So I said that when he said, so he left her alone and he didn't touch her or something like that, he added words to this particular sentence. So he left her, and he changed its meaning by adding words.
Mary, where's the
Because
rape?
what the whole sentence says, leave me in your power. So he left her. Now, the important thing here is that people were so certain that he was still sleeping with her that there are some other folks who said, oh, maybe she converted to Islam after all, because they were very uncomfortable with the fact that one of the women that she did not have, he did not bring her into where all of his wives were. His wives were like together at the mosque, right? And
You're
he
not
built
going to
her a
show
hut
rape, are
somewhere
you?
else.
Okay, you're not going
Did
to
Right.
show
she
me
live
So
with
rape.
the other wives?
we've cleared the air on what you really meant. So Nadir
Was
has
Rayhana raped?
his clarification. Now,
Absolutely.
now can you explain why this is rape?
She's. I mean, Mary, you are lying to everybody here on
So,
camera.
Nadir, could
I
he
have
have
the
married
reference
her?
right
Could he
here.
have married
Uh,
her when
It
he
is
first took her
rape through
captive?
interpretation. The
So,
text said he
so,
stayed away
so,
from her.
Mary,
That means
so
she
I
was
think
not
I
raped.
think that there is a confusion of terms here. So, Mary, can
Okay.
you take a minute to explain why you are calling this rape?
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
I think that
so
Nadir is going to argue by Islamic definitions it's not
no,
rape.
No,
he's
I'm
going
not
to
going to argue
argue that
that.
she was never touched. What actually happened was that in the time that Muhammad was married to 4 wives, before he married Zainab bint Jahash, he captured the Banu Qurayza and slaughtered some of the men, and left most of them were. Uh, uh, I think that most of them were actually allowed to go, but I think that yeah, I don't think that this was one where they. Give me 1 second. No, that absolutely was the one. So if you can show my screen.
Yep.
Uh, So Muhammad slaughtered the menfolk of the tribe, and he sold the women and children into slavery. He took the advice. As a consequence, between 400 and 900 prisoners of the tribe were slaughtered, many of them in front of their families, and the rest were sold into slavery. The event is well attested, et cetera, et cetera. And Rayhana was actually from a different clan. She was from Banu Nadir, right? That's what she was from. And she married into this. And her husband and all of his male relatives were slaughtered. And she was taken by Muhammad. At this time, who was Muhammad married to during the
Oh my gosh.
invasion of Banu Qurayza? Who was he married to? Nadir, you are the expert in all things Islam.
I
You
don't
should know this.
care.
Who was he
This is
married
all
to?
irrelevant to the issue
Okay.
of you
So
stated she
no,
was
it's not.
raped. I'm
So
waiting
you
to
are
see
claiming,
this.
hang on, you are claiming that this event happened immediately after she was taken. That she was taken and then Muhammad said, "Oh, would you like to have a veil? Or otherwise I will not put my penis inside of you." Is that what you're saying was happening? It's right after she was taken, Muhammad said, "I will either marry you or I shall never touch you. Which would you like?"
Okay, I want to move on. This is so
Okay.
irrelevant. I'm
So
not
no, it
talking about this
absolutely
anymore.
is not. So let's
Let it
actually
now.
look
You
at the
have
timeline.
now.
Hang
Let
on,
me say
quit lying
something
about it.
here. Let us
So
show for the record. Mary
so
was not able to show any explicit reference
oh my
showing
goodness.
rape. She cannot
Hush,
defend the
Nadir.
crap she was feeding people in that
So,
3-hour
so,
discussion. Okay,
so
So
let's move on to
Nadir,
the
let's
that,
next one.
no, let's
uh,
actually
so,
go
I'm
through
done.
this.
I'm done.
At
okay.
this
Let's go to
time,
Sophia.
So
Let's go to
one second,
Sophia.
Mary, 1 second, Mary.
he's
So
running away.
we're gonna pause for
Yeah.
a second here. I'm gonna read a super chat, but I just want to make it clear that Nadir's standard is that you have to have a text that explicitly says that she was raped. And since you can't go to one line that says that, he doesn't want to listen to you make a
or
argument
any
that
sexual
she was raped.
activity. But when she was not, when she hated Islam and she was repugnant towards it, where is any kind of reference of any sexual activity taking place? Rather, the text very clearly states Muhammad put her aside.
Okay,
Because he
okay.
felt displeasure. That's
So,
exact
so,
opposite.
okay. So I'm going to read a super chat, and then after
My
that,
man.
Mary, if you have explicit reference that doesn't require hearsay for her having sex with Muhammad, let's hear that, and then perhaps we can discuss that, or we can move on to another topic. But let me read the super chat first. Or, well, I guess there's not really a super chat to read because there's no comment, but from Wouter.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
All right. So if you want the answer to your non-question there, Wooter, you got to take Yasser Qadi's class. Thank you very much for your generous support today and other days. You often leave a super chat before the stream even starts. So I don't always acknowledge that because I assume that you probably want it to be anonymous, but I appreciate it very much. All right. Go ahead, Mary.
Can we move on to Sophia? I think we're done with Rayhana.
No, we are
Well,
not.
you asked for some specific
You are going
reference,
to
and
show
now
explicit reference that she was any kind of rape taking place, right? And I'm not redefining what rape
what is
is,
the
but
definition of rape? So if she was
no,
a concubine,
forced
and
sex. Yeah.
okay, so you're saying that if she was you said that she showed the repugnance for Islam, and so he would not have had sex with her. That is what you said.
No,
And you
no, you're
said that he would
misunderstanding
rape.
me.
Hey, you said it was rape if he had sex with
Okay,
her.
I'm
You
moving
already
on.
said this. If she was a
Okay.
concubine, she hated Islam, she did not want to marry him, it is rape. That is what you have already established. We are going by
No,
your
it's not.
definition. You cannot run away, Nadir. I am not letting you run.
Can I
No,
respond to this?
you may not respond.
but
Okay,
before I read the
me now,
super
I'm going to
chat,
talk.
Nadir, you
Let me
asked
talk.
for any sexual activity.
Yeah.
So I want to give Mary an opportunity to give that reference.
Yeah. Okay,
So
go ahead.
And then we can move
let's
on.
just look at concubine. Oh, what? Mary the Copt? Oh, wait. Apart from his wives, who would also become known as mothers of believers, Muhammad also had two slave concubines, Mary the Copt and Rayhana, a prisoner from the tribe of Qurayza. So thank you, Nadir, for giving me your standard of rape. You said if there was any he would not have any sexual contact with her because she despised Islam. And you said that that would be rape. Thank you for agreeing that Rayhana was raped. Now, I do want to point out that hang on, wait, that the Nadir tribe had been sending agents to scour the slave markets to buy all the Qurayza and free them. So she could have been freed for money. Like she didn't have to be kept, even for wealth or whatever. Muhammad could have turned her into cold hard cash, kept the cold hard cash for something else. What he wanted was her vagina, and so she became his concubine. As I said, she was taken to him at a time when he could not have married her because he had 4 wives and had not yet married Zainab ibn Jahash. And the veil, the surah of the ayah of the veil had not been revealed, so he was literally chronologically impossible for him to say to her, I will give you a veil, because that ayah had not been revealed yet. Now, I am happy, now that I fulfilled your terms and explicitly shown that Rayhana was raped according to your definition of what a rape would be, I will be happy to move on to Sophia.
You've been exposed,
let's
Mary.
move on.
Okay, so let me now respond to all of that. So what she's doing here, the problem is she's not able to provide any reference from the text, which like I'm doing. I'm showing explicit references to support what she's saying. She was feeding people horse manure for about 3 hours, claiming all these women were raped. So the point of Juwaira, the point of Rayhana, and the next girl we're going to look at is Sophia. What they all three have in common is they did not want to have sexual relations, or they showed repugnance towards Islam. And in each example, we see what would happen. And in fact, the picture which you see on the screen here, we can actually say that's not Islam. That's what this little animation he's showing. This is not Islam. But anyways, let's get the point here is from the example of 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙀, which destroys all of Mary's lies, is that 𝙧𝙧𝙀 was given a choice when she immediately exercised her right. When she saw that she didn't like Thabit for whatever reason, she went straight to the head of state, Muhammad, voiced her complaint. I don't like this guy. Muhammad said, can I give you somebody different? What about myself? And the text clearly stated she accepted him. So she was not raped. With Rayhana, Rayhana showed repugnance towards Islam. The text very clearly states then Muhammad stayed away, put her aside, stayed away from her. That's what the text explicitly states. Nobody can look at these stories and read rape into it. And so what she's doing, she's just defending her lies. And I want to move on to the next one, which is Safiya. Safiya, now she scored some points on this one. She did correct me. I think I said that the reason why the woman was, so let me just read the story very quickly. It stated over these two women, slave girls, were handed over to Prophet Muhammad. One of them was Safiya, one of them was another girl. The girl was throwing sand on her hand and dirt on her head, and I wrongfully stated that was because she thought she was about to be raped. That's wrong. Mary did correct me and said that's because she's being walked by her dead prisoners. So that I will accept my mistake on that. However, the point is clear. A woman in this state clearly doesn't want to have any sexual relations, especially over what just happened. So the point here is, once again, just like what we saw with Rayhana, Muhammad put her aside. He said, get the she-devil away from me. So from this prophetic example, we're showing three different examples of people who don't want to have sexual relations. They're being put aside, get away. The other person is given a choice. And she went with a willing participant, which was Safiya. Now, Mary said, oh, she never gave any consent. But when we read the text, we read something very different. It states over here that when Safiya and Muhammad walked away, he threw her on. In fact, let me share my desktop. I think you guys can see it. It states over here. In fact, I'll just read it very clearly so that there's no mistake about what's being read over here. He gave orders that Safiya be put behind him. He told the girl, take the she-devil away from me, the one who was fretting. And he gave orders, take Safiya. He gave orders that Safiya was to be put behind him and threw his mantle over here so that the Muslims knew that he had chosen her for herself. I had heard that the apostle said to Bilal when he saw the Jews behaving in that way, had you no compassion, Bilal, when you brought the two women past their dead husbands? Now Safiya had seen in a dream that she was the wife of Kinana al-Rabi, and then goes on to the name, that the moon would fall into her lap. When she told her husband about that, this simply means that you covet the king of Hijaz, Muhammad, meaning the moon represents Muhammad and you're dreaming about him. He gave her such a blow in the face that he blackened her eye. When she was brought to the apostle, the mark was still there. When he asked the cause, she told him this story. So the issue here is Allah gave her hidayat, the guidance of the moon falling into her lap, Muhammad. So this is clearly a willing participant if you're going to inform Muhammad that this was a dream I had about you. So there you go. That's a reference.
Yes, that's a fairly clear interpolation of a ridiculous made-up story, because even the Muslims were so embarrassed and revolted by the story that they had to make up something to cover for it to make it seem slightly less
You're saying
repugnant.
it's all fabricated?
So that part absolutely is, along with Bukhira and the
Okay.
rest. So let's actually read what it says and see what's more realistic. You said that she's willing. Would everyone know that? Would people assume that she's willing from her own behavior? Is her behavior that of a willing person?
Yes, she told him that she was in his dreams.
She had just seen her husband and her father's mutilated bodies.
Right.
And what she wanted at that moment was for Muhammad to put his penis inside of her.
Allah gave her hidayat. This is the way Muslims are going to interpret it. Remember, the moon, Allah gave her that dream.
When someone comes to your house and chops off your head and throws your body upon the floor and takes your daughter out past your dead, bleeding body, if she does not start immediately screaming and tearing at her face because she's in shock, what that means is that she actually wants your penis inside of her right then. Or that she wants their penis inside of her. She wants
This is
to
your
be
quacky
taken by these men
interpretation.
because that's what's happened.
Yeah.
All of the male relatives are killed. They're all killed. She's watched this horrible bloody scene. She's being taken out past blood and guts and gore, slaughter of all the people who have ever been precious to her. And what she wants more than anything is for her conqueror to take himself, put him on top of her body, thrust himself into her until he spurts his cum inside her vagina. That's what she wants, according to you. And that is what your daughter would want.
You seriously need to stop watching porn.
If you were killed.
Okay.
No, that is what you watch.
No,
I just know where babies are. You apparently don't.
All right.
So now let's actually look at.
Let's get back to the text.
So let's look at the text and see what's happened here. Everyone, keep in mind that this is what Nadir thinks that she wants right now, more than anything. She needs to be the sixth wife of this man, because that will fulfill her destiny, according to Nadir. Let's see what it actually says. So they've conquered.
What you're sharing on your screen
is that the wrong one?
The text.
Let me try again.
It was like the YouTube window, I think, is what it was. So
that would not be helpful. Let me try.
Yeah, definitely.
Is
there we go. There we go. Yep.
Much more helpful. All right. So let's first find out how he ended up getting her. A beautiful slave girl fell to Dithya, right? The apostle of Allah purchased her for 7 slaves. So he took 7 slaves and got her instead of those 7 slaves. Yes? Is there any indication that this other woman was not one of the 7 slaves that he was trading for her in the text, Nadir?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
So the second woman that he says, take the she-devil away from me. Is there any indication that he was planning on forcing himself on her?
There is no forcing at all.
Was there any indication in this text that he was wanting to have intercourse with her too? Or could it be quite possible that she was one of the 7 who was being exchanged for her?
I don't know. I see this all as irrelevant to the fact that you can't show rape in the text.
You specifically made a huge point about this, that the reason that he had her taken away is because she was screaming and crying, so she wasn't willing, and Sophia wasn't screaming and crying, so she wanted to have Muhammad.
No, that's not your misunderstanding. It's the issue which you are being exposed on is the moon falling into the lap. That is what you are running away from. The moon falling into the lap representing Muhammad, which shows Allah gave her hidayat. Therefore, nobody can look at this story and call it rape. Now, through your
let's see whether or not
ridiculous
that's
interpretations
else
again,
we know about
this is her wacky, quacky interpretations, okay?
So we're going to go through all the sources about Sophia, not just the ones that are trying
You're going to
make
show
Muhammad
an actual
look
rape
less
taking place.
All right?
I'm not going to go through all the sources unless you can show rape taking place.
All right. So we've already established it for 2. Let's establish it for 3 now. Now, Kanana, who had custody, what had happened to her husband? He was brought to the apostle, and who asked about it? He denied that he knew where it was. A Jew came or was brought to the apostle and said that he had seen Kanana going around a certain ruin every morning early. When the apostle said to Kanana, do you know that if we have it, I shall have to kill you? He said, yes. The apostle gave orders that the ruin, was to be excavated, and some of the treasure was found. When he asked him about the rest, he refused to produce it. So the apostle gave orders to 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙮 ibn al-Wam, torture him until you extract what he has. So he kindled a fire with flint and steel on his chest until he was nearly dead. Then the apostle delivered him to Muhammad ibn Maslama, and he struck off his head in revenge for his brother Mahmud. So that is what had happened to her husband just now. He had been tortured to death and then beheaded. Now, according to Nadir, this made Sophia very hot for Muhammad. So
well, technically, Nadir says that she wouldn't naturally have been so, but Allah made her hot.
Yeah,
Allah made her dead by giving the moon in her lap. That was a hidayat.
Dream that we all know about, because there's certainly an isnad about this that's totally legit, directly from her. All right, so the prophet stayed between Khaybar and Medina for 3 days when he consummated his marriage to Sophia bint 𝙧𝙖𝙡, and I invited the Muslims to his freeing of her and stuff, in which there was no bread or meat, and marriage, it's like his marriage feast, right? They're a little bit confused here because it's a marriage feast, but they didn't know that for sure.
Okay.
So they're like, it's like the freeing of her ceremony. Like, anyway, he commanded that a leather cloth be spread, and dates, cottage cheese, and ghee were placed on it. And that was the feast. The Muslims said, will she be one of the mothers of believers, or a female slave whom his right hand possesses? Whoa, it seems like he has someone else who might be a female slave whom his right hand possesses, with whom he's had intercourse. It's weird that they're confused about whether or not he's married to her. Shouldn't they be very clear if there is no sexual slavery in Islam? There are no slaves with whom you have sex? But for some reason, these people are confused. Very odd.
Okay.
They said if he has a hijab for her, then she will be one of the mothers of the believers. And if she does not have a hijab, then she will be a female slave whom his right hand possesses. When he wrote on, he set aside a plate for her behind him and extended a hijab between her and the people. So that meant that she was being married by him. Now, here is a question. How did she actually feel about this? So, according to other sources, she said, there was none more hateful to me than Allah's messenger, as he killed my father and husband. But the Prophet explained, oh, Safiya, your father instigated the Arabs against me, and he did so and so and so and so. And he kept on explaining until that feeling of hatred vanished from me. So this is a very typical gaslighting, grooming, let's say,
okay, can I respond to some of this?
Because she is a
Thaddeus,
slave.
can I?
Did she
Mary,
hate him? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Perfect. I was going to say, let us know when you're done.
Yeah. Now let me just respond to some of the stuff. So once again, the issue here really isn't Safiya. It's it's a woman who was throwing dirt and sand on her head, and she was mourning the loss of her family. The issue here is, once again, a third time in a row, 3 times in a row, we are seeing that slave girls who are not willing to engage in sexual activity, they are put aside. They are put, and no sexual activity is being done with them. But what we see here, which Mary has been running away from, is the issue of hidayat. Naturally, would that happen? The story with Safiya? No. But the story states that Safiya told Muhammad that I saw a dream of you, and it was a moon falling into my lap. So the issue here, what I want to bring up here, how are Muslims going to interpret the moon falling into the lap? We're all going to say this is God's divine guidance of bringing Safiya to Muhammad. So that's the way we are going to understand it. So the point here is, all of this was being denied by Mary. If you follow these slave girls and the behavior with these slave girls, there's no way you're going to be able to engage in rape of a slave girl. But the issue I want to move on to, because I think we're done with Safiya.
No, we are not done. We are absolutely not done.
I am done with you, Mary. Okay, and
yes,
Safiya.
You're going to run away like a little boy.
I will run away, because I think you just want to deliver lectures on irrelevant issues to cover up your lies.
Like Safiya hating him?
Okay,
please address this.
That's not what the text says.
Okay, so Nadir doesn't want to discuss this topic
the last
anymore.
Hadith, which I want to bring up, is the issue. You cannot even slap a slave girl. Pause. How then can you rape her? So once again,
so before we move on to another topic,
would never say those words. Why would a rapist say, "Do not slap or beat a slave"? That doesn't make sense, because of course the rape is a very violent act. And so rapists don't tell people, if you even slap a slave girl, you're going to set her free. So that was condemned. So it's so much evidence here is being stated very clearly that there's no rape in Islam.
Ahmed, can you eat a camel?
All right. So
can you eat a camel? No, it's an important question. Thaddeus, let me ask this. Can you eat a camel?
Can you what?
Eat a camel in Islam. Can you eat it?
Eat camel meat? You can eat camel meat, yeah.
Okay. Can you hit a camel on its face?
Are you allowed to beat animals on their faces? I don't think so, no.
Okay, correct. So Muhammad specifically says you may not hit camels. So if you can't hit camels on their faces, you can hit them elsewhere. But if you cannot hit camels on their faces, how on earth could you eat a camel? This is your logic. And notice that he did not address. I am saying that moon dream was clearly fabricated because the act was so outrageous that it offended people. And in light of this other hadith.
Okay.
Now, no, very important. I absolutely am going to read this, Thaddeus. So,
all right, fine. You read that, and then I have to give Nadir another chance to respond, and then I really want to read some of these super chats and go on to another topic.
He's done with Sophia.
Okay.
So
no. Now I have to respond. I think Thaddeus said I could respond.
All right. So
if Mary insists on reading more about Sophia, then you're going to have the chance to respond again. Yes, that's correct.
No, I think we're done with Sophia.
Okay,
she's just
so
lecturing
when the apostle married Sophia and Khaybar were on the way, she having been beautiful and combed, and got in a fit state for the apostle by Sulaim, etc., mother of Anas, the apostle passed the night with her in a tent of his. Abu Ayyub, Khalid ibn Zayd, brother of, etc., passed the night girt with his sword, guarding the apostle and going round the tent until the morning. Until in the morning, the apostle saw him there and asked him what he meant by the action. He replied, I was afraid for you with this woman, for you have killed her father, her husband, and her people, and until recently she was in unbelief, and I was afraid for you on her account. They alleged that the apostle said, Oh Allah, preserve Abu Ayyub, as he spent the night preserving me. So he didn't say, oh, you silly Abu Ayyub, she is so willing to be with me. She was not, in fact, repulsed by me. He said, you have preserved me. Thank you for guarding. So what everyone thought was that she wasn't willing. That's why they asked, oh, is she going to be a slave? Or will she have a hijab after he had intercourse with her? Okay. That is why she said...
Okay, can I respond to this real quick so we can go on the next point? Because we're getting late.
More hateful to me than Allah's messenger. Go
okay,
ahead.
So we're approaching 2 hours here. So Mary, if you want the opportunity to cover some of the other subjects you want to talk about, then you're going to have to let us move on to another topic. So Nadir, you have a chance to respond, and then I need to read some super chats.
Well, this goes back to how she's choosing to interpret the hadith and text in the way she likes it. She's cackling. Well, why would a man want to have sex? And you really want to have your penis in me? No need to respond to this nonsense. Mary can interpret things the way she wants, because Christianity is not a religion which offers facts to the people. The main thing here is Muslims who really believe in this, and I've just shown you three slave girls examples. We are going to get the hint here that when a woman is not a willing participant, no, you don't. She's given the option to choose who she wants to be, as you saw with Juwaira. That pretty much destroyed all of her misinformation. But not only that, but what rapist would tell people you don't even slap a slave, don't even beat them? Of course, this is part of that terrible act of violence which takes place. So there's so much evidence. Now, there's also another reference of Muhammad protecting women from being raped in battles of war. I can present that reference also just as some icing on the cake. So it's not just that raping a slave girl goes against his sunnah, but it is also that when wars and battles would take place, Muhammad would protect these women and make sure that they would not be raped. So we could talk about that too, if you like, or we can move on to the next point.
All right. So we're going to...
Hang on 1 second. These were Nadir's points. It's supposed to be my turn. He wanted to talk about all three women.
Actually, it's supposed to be my turn, but... Because I said after Nadir responds, I'm going to read some super chats. After that, it has to be my turn.
I want to go back.
Yes, it will be your turn after that. No problem. So I got a number of them queued up. I'll just do like 2 or 3 of them. So the oldest one is from J Mac.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
So thank you for your donation, J-Mac. And Mo Hijabi says that Allah will reward you even more. And from Everywhere, Elios.
If you frequently say it, Allah would pay off your debts. So you can refer to it back again, inshallah.
So he says, Nadir is a deceitful and a crybaby. He has his own Islam. You might get a better argument from a wall.
They're all
Thaddeus
throwing rotten tomatoes at Mary's demise. It's pretty clear.
don't be so lenient on him. And actually, that's ironic because what I was going to say is, although they're not super chats, Muslims in the chat have been telling me the opposite, that I'm being too hard on Nadir. So I think that might be an indication that I'm being reasonably fair if both sides are complaining that I'm being unfair. I don't know. And one other thing from James, he says, post the poll results. So I'm going to go ahead and close that poll now. 90% said that Nadir is offering the wacky, quacky interpretations, and 10% said that Mary is. So I do have some more super chats, but we'll go ahead. I'll wait a little bit longer for those. And then I also have some audience questions queued up. So Mary, you're up.
All right, if you can bring this up, when he wanted to go and talk about the three women, I actually wanted to continue with his statements that the reason why this was not like other slavery is because of these specific things, that you can't burden a slave with work, that you have to give them appropriate food, appropriate clothing, and that expiation is required if you beat them unfairly. And he wants to say beat them at all, whatever. But those are the reason why it is not like other slavery. And that would cause it to be not chattel slavery. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely. This is not chattel slavery because you're going to give them the best education, which you also,
So I want to look at the Georgia Slave Code, or the Penal Code. It's not the Slave Code, actually. It's a Penal Code of 1833. Georgia was a slave state. It says, if any owner or employer of a slave or slaves who shall cruelly treat such slave or slaves by unnecessary and excessive whipping, by withholding proper food and sustenance, by requiring greater labor from such a slave or slaves than he, she, or they are able to perform, or by not affording proper clothing, whereby the health of such slave or slaves may be injured or impaired, or cause or permit the same to be done, every such owner or employer shall be guilty of a misdemeanor, and on conviction shall be punished by fine or imprisonment in the common jail of the county, or both, at the discretion of the court. So those same 4 points, food, clothing, too much work, and a beating for what they have not done, or excessive beating.
There's no beating in Islam.
So I know you keep saying that, but I would like you to bring up a jurist that agrees with you, because we are not going.
I'm showing
this
the
is
text.
your wacky, quacky interpretation, because there are examples of beating in which the slave was not freed after the beating.
Okay, can I respond to this very quickly so we can move on?
Well, you've already disestablished that would not be chattel slavery. So according to you, plantation slavery in the U.S. American South is not chattel slavery because it has those 4 same conditions. So thank you. For establishing this.
Let me just respond to this. So the text very clearly stated that, you are not allowed to beat or even slap a slave. That's number one. Second thing, just to make sure what the reference actually states, it says you will eat the same food, you will eat and dress the same clothes as your slave. So if your slave master is eating lobster and shrimp, guess what the slave is eating? Lobster and shrimp. The text
hang on. Can you bring up a hadith that says that the slave will eat only what you eat, exactly what you eat, and nothing
absolutely.
else?
I will get that for you. No problem.
Muhammad did actually explicitly say something about what a slave should eat.
Do you want that reference?
Well, let's look at the very specific one.
Hold on. So this is not.
So before you give your counter,
I just want to finish
your counter argument, Mary, let's give Nadir a chance.
Let me just finish with the last point. I mean, the most important difference, and this goes back to what I was mentioning, is kind of like one of the miraculous statements, is Muhammad said that the slaves are to be educated. You're to give them the best education. Now, Mary fabricated a statement that the education can only refer to knowledge of yourself and only of the 5 pillars or 5 prayers or something like that. This is all nonsense. And so Mary should now defend once again her erroneous statements and show evidence that the education can only be religious and only knowledge of yourself. That's her exact quote. Can you please show me that reference?
I didn't say knowledge of
did you want to give the
That's
reference for eating the same food? Because you said
sorry.
you did.
Let me get Let me get that for you. 1 second here.
Yeah, while you're pulling that up, I'll just read a quick comment here from Spesh. Why not more subs? Awesome streams. Thank you very much for the kind words about the quality of my work. Don't know if it's warranted, but I thank you for it anyway. And why, why not more? I mean, that's kind of subjective, right? It seems that people get this no matter how many subs they have. Why not? Why not more? Why don't you have more? I can say that the channel has been growing faster in recent months than ever before, and I'm very pleased where it is. But if you think the content is worthwhile, then share it with others. That's the primary way it spreads.
Yeah.
All right,
So would you like to see my reference? I
yeah.
got it up on the table on the screen.
Yep, I got it up for you.
Okay. So the text very clearly says here, he who has his brother under him, this is basically referring to the slaves because the slaves are called their brothers, and actually starts from the very beginning. Let me start from the very beginning. It says, I saw Abu Dhar wearing a nice gown, and his slave was also wearing one similar to it. I asked him about it, and he said that he exchanged harsh words with a person during the life of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and put him to shame by making reference to his mother. That person came to the messenger of Allah and made mention of that to him. Thereupon the messenger of Allah said, you are a person who has remnants of the days of ignorance in you. Your slaves are your brothers. Allah has placed them under your authority. He who has his brother under him should feed him from whatever he eats, dress him from whatever he wears, and do not overburden them beyond their capacity. And if you burden them, you then help them. That's not chattel slavery. This is something very different.
Okay, well, let's look at what feed from what you eat is defined as. So if you can switch back to mine. When your servant brings you your meals, then if you do not let him sit and share the meals, then he should at least give him a mouthful or 2 mouthfuls of that meal, or a meal or 2 meals as he has prepared it. Mm-hmm. So if you give your slave a mouthful of what you eat, and then you give him something else for all the rest of his food, that fulfills it. So yes, very, very, very wonderful, wonderful generosity. That's exactly the same thing as eating everything that you eat exactly. Totally no difference. But I love Abu Dhar. He's a very fascinating character. And something that's really interesting to me is that we've actually discussed this guy before. Do you remember our discussion about this guy before?
No, I don't remember.
No, you don't remember? Okay. Let's look at him. Where is he? Oh, there are several different ones. It makes it clear that he was insulting. It's implied here he was insulting a slave. It's explicit in other times that he was insulting a slave, and that's why Muhammad said, be nice to slaves. And this was what he took from it. So first, let's ask about who is Makrur. So who is Makrur? Is he a companion?
I don't know who you're referring to.
Makrur ibn Suwaid, the narrator.
I don't know who he is. No.
Okay.
Well, what's your point, please, Mary?
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
So the last time that we spoke, you insisted that he was in fact a companion of Muhammad. I said I really do not think so. And here are 2 different versions of the one. So they're both the ones. I didn't remember which one you liked, and I wasn't going to listen to you again to figure out which one it was. But here are the 2 different versions. I don't care which one you like, right? So this is what Abu Dhar says that Muhammad said, right? And he said it to Ma'ur, or Makrur rather, who came by Rabadha. So he was a dude who was from Kufa. He was a tabi. He's considered trustworthy if if his sayings don't contradict other things, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see let's find out about Abu Dhar himself, right? He moved to that particular town during the Sultanate of Uthman because he couldn't get along with anyone in Medina or Damascus. He considered them all to be doing Islam wrong, and they were too worldly. They were storing up wealth. He was the only one who truly followed Islam correctly, and so he was living out in this little podunk town so that he could do Islam right, unlike everyone else. So his interpretation of Islam was in disagreement with Abu Bakr, with Umar and with Uthman, and he asked permission to go out and do his own little thing in the corner. He died around 652, 653. He pretty much renounced worldly goods. He's called the first Islamic socialist in a lot of sources. And here's something particularly interesting. Once a man visited him and began looking at the text of his house, but found it quite bare. I'm not sure why it said text. I copied and pasted that, but it probably means contents. It's from an Islamic site. He asked Abu Dhar, "Where are your possessions? We have a house yonder," meaning the hereafter, said Abu Dhar, "to which we send the best of our possessions." The man understood what he meant and said, "But you must have some possessions so long as you are in this abode. The owner of this abode will not leave us in it," replied Abu Dhar. So he is supposed to be an ascetic. He has no worldly goods, yet he's still keeping a slave. He could free the slave, but he still has a slave, right?
Okay.
Now, here's something interesting about his interpretations of Muhammad's meaning in other times. So he gave one slave to Ali, said, "Don't beat him. I have forbidden the beating of the people of prayer and saw him before we came." He gave Abu Dhar slave and said, "I recommend that you treat him well." So Abu Dhar set him free. Then he says, "What have you done?" He replied, "You commanded me to treat him well, so I set him free." Well, clearly this is not what Muhammad meant. And Abu Dhar realized that that's not what Muhammad meant because he kept a slave later on. It's a particularly funny hadith.
Okay, so what's your point, Mary? You went on for a very long time. What's your point here?
I think everybody else got the point here.
Okay.
Abu Dhar knows that really treating a slave the best would be setting him free. He also had odd interpretations of Muhammad's words that other people didn't have. Why did Ma'ur ask him, why is this slave wearing the exact same clothing that you are? Why did Ma'ur ask him? Why didn't he know? Because this is like, say, 650. Why would Ma'ur ask this question?
I don't know. What point are you trying to get at here?
So do you think that everyone treated their slaves the way Abu Dhar did?
I don't know. See, the question is, how well did they implement the teachings is a different issue. It's a red herring.
Know that they should do that?
You're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost.
Yeah, you are.
First I asked if they did, and now I'm being more generous to you. I'm being more generous. I'm asking you, did everyone know that this was what Muhammad meant? That Muhammad meant that they should wear the identical clothing that you are wearing? Is that what everyone understood?
I mean, how everybody interpreted that statement, I think, is quite irrelevant to the fact that the issue here is they're not going to be wearing rags. They're not going to be wearing, like, if you look at the pictures, like where they show the slaves and all that, we can pretty much safely confirm that did not happen during the life of Muhammad. That people chained up and people, being treated mistreated. So I don't know if you're really making any good points over here. I would like for you to defend your statement.
I just want everyone here to understand that this guy around AD 650, nearly 20 years after Muhammad's death, Muhammad has been around giving people examples all this time, comes across Abu Dhar, this unusual person, and is surprised at what they're wearing. Like, oh my goodness, why are you wearing why did you dress your slave in exactly the same garments that you are? Because you would have a nicer garment if you dressed him in like the same waist wrap that you wear, as most slaves were dressed in, but you reserved the fancier outer clothing just for yourself. I'm surprised at this. That's why he's asking, because this is unusual, because I have never seen this before in my entire life. Now that I'm coming to Mecca and Medina and these places, and I've seen all these things, now I visit you, and suddenly your slave is dressed differently from all the other slaves that I have ever seen.
Okay.
Why are you doing this? And Abu Dhar explains, it is my interpretation of Muhammad's words. Well, how reliable is Abu Dhar in his interpretation?
Well, I don't. Okay,
not very reliable, because he said him free.
Let me just say something very quickly. I think you've spoken a lot here. what you are presenting, I am not concerned with. It's irrelevant to the fact that of the debate which I had on Islam and slavery. Now, the issue here is you basically made a lot of false claims. Like, I want to get to one of your claims. You said one of the things I was showing that was an amazing miracle, which we see in Islam, it doesn't belong in a 7th century text, is that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that you are to give the slave the best education. That's what the text literally stated. You specifically said this is only talking about knowledge of yourself, and this is only talking about the 5 prayers, or it is limited. So education is limited to these things. I would like for you to show a reference for what you are talking about, please.
Okay, now you're trying to change the subject. Let's finish up.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about Abu Dhar.
We will go to that one.
No.
We will go to
you,
the education
you win,
of slave
Mary.
girls.
You win on Abu Dhar. Now let's move on. I'm not talking about Abu Dhar.
Now let's find out about Mar'ur.
No, I don't want to talk about that.
𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡.
No, I don't want to talk about
that.
Mary.
Hang on, who is the main narrator?
Okay,
now,
Thaddeus, I'll ask for you to interject. I don't want to talk about this.
Okay.
It's my turn.
So Mary,
she just wants to lecture. I promise.
Mary, Nadir is conceding defeat on this point.
Yeah, let's go on. I'm defeated. Move on. Let's go.
All right, so we will skip the 120-year-old narrator who claimed to be 120 years old and is very, very reliable, claiming to be 120 years old. And we will move on.
Now defend your statement, Mary.
Hang on, let me find it. We will go on to the education of. Actually, let's go ahead and play Nadir's quote about the education of slaves.
Yes. Sure, absolutely. I think that everyone would definitely like to hear about this subject. So give me 1 second to pull it up. All right. Oops. Wrong button. Sorry, it's a little difficult to do absolutely everything at the same time. But I try. All right. I got that. Let me put it on the screen.
We need more of those type of slave trading so we can send those slaves to Harvard, Yale, and other places, because that's what you get in Islamic slavery.
All right.
Correct.
So,
I'm ready to defend that too.
Right, absolutely. So we just wanted to get your words out there that it's the best. You've said best education a couple times today, and that's how you described it during the debate. So we're all in agreement. That's what Nadir states.
All right, so let's look at the context of what these statements are. If you'll pull up what I have, we can read it.
Yep.
3 persons will get a double reward: a person from the people of the scriptures, etc., the slave who discharges his duties to Allah. Wait. A slave who discharges his duties to Allah? This puts a smiley face on beating your slaves because you need to discharge your duties no matter what. This isn't qualified in any way. Oh, wait, let's keep going. I'm so sorry, Nadir. Oh, distracting. The master of a slave woman who teaches her good manners and educates her in the best way possible, which is the religion, and manumits her and then marries her. So the education, the best possible way, is defined as in religion.
Hold on a
second.
second.
Also part of manners.
Where is that in the parentheses? Okay, you're reading the parentheses. That's not in the text, Mary. Stop deceiving people. That is not in the text.
Well,
hang on. Who added that?
Right. Was that a Muslim that added that, or was that?
Okay, let's stick with what the text says, Mary.
Okay. So, are you going on supposition or are you going on facts?
Well,
is Islam the religion of facts where everybody can clearly see what is meant?
Yes, it's a religion of facts, and you just try to quote somebody's comment. You try to quote something in the parentheses, a comment that, let's say, a scholar or a commentator wrote. That's not in the text.
So
okay,
the scholar or commentator is on wacky quacky interpretation.
No. Actually, there's. Okay, I will explain it. Okay, first of all, that's not in the text. The issue here is, if you read the hadith, it said teaches her good manners and then he educates her. So there's a hadith which teaches her the akhlaq. So if you look at what the scholars believed about the akhlaq, meaning the good manners, not really referring to where you put the fork on the table. This is the entire religion. I'm quoting Ibn Qayyim al-Jawzi. I believe he is the one who interpreted that way. So it's, yes, religion is they are to be educated in religion as well as well as giving them the best education. So that's why people would put that in the parentheses. But the issue here is, let's get straight to the text. You made a statement here that this is only referring to knowledge of yourself and the 5 pillars. You need
I
to
didn't
show a
say that.
reference from Prophet Muhammad.
I did not say knowledge. I don't
Knowledge
know
of
why
yourself.
keep
You didn't
saying
say that?
yourself.
You didn't say knowledge of yourself?
I said that it is teaching you how to be a good Muslim
There's
wife.
okay. Show me the
And
evidence.
that you have
No,
knowledge
show me the
of.
evidence for all that quackology you're saying. Show me
So,
that.
again, you are
Okay.
saying
You have
that
no
the
evidence.
person.
Let's move on.
Would you stop interrupting
Okay.
me, child?
You just
Now,
keep blabbing on, Mary,
Shut
without
up,
any
Nadir.
references.
You don't want to hear my answer because you're scared.
It's just oh
Shut
my
up.
God. Okay, just please
Shut
go
up.
on. Okay.
It's my turn to answer. Shut up. Now, again, the ones who get double reward are a slave who discharges his duties to Allah and his master without qualification. Also, the master of a woman slave who teaches her good manners and educates her in the best possible way. What is added by the scholars to define the best possible way is education of the religion. And manumits her and then marries her. Now, let's see what it says here about another one that's pretty much the same thing. A slave, when he fulfills what is due to God and what is due to his patrons, and a man who has a slave girl with whom he has intercourse, who gives her good training and manners and a good education, then sets her free and marries her. He will have a double reward. So, this is a slave with whom he is already having intercourse, which I thought apparently didn't happen, but whatever. He's having intercourse with this slave, and then he gives her good training and manners and a good education, which is defined by all the Islamic scholars as being a good education for women, being education in Islam and the
Mary,
activities of Islam. So, if we go on, we will find out what wives are allowed to leave the house for. Now, if you argue that slave girls have more rights than wives, that'd be a very interesting argument. So you're allowed to go out. She's allowed to go out for an obligatory journey like the Hajj, the travel, blah, blah, blah. Husband may forbid his life to leave the home.
Okay, can I respond to some of this, Thaddeus, so you just quickly go?
But before,
she may see her female friends, go to any place, or go to the house for a lesson in sacred law. That's the education. That is what wives can leave the house for, and that's also what slave girls
okay, so let's give
hold on, Mary. Okay, let me just can you make that a little bit bigger? What are you quoting there? Education, what are you quoting there?
So I'm quoting Reliance of the Traveler, permitting one's wife to leave the house. You can find the same thing in the Heavenly Ornaments and any of the.
You are not able to show a hadith from Prophet Muhammad to substantiate your claim, right?
Well, in fairness, Nadir, you've quoted non-hadith quite a few times. Ibn Ashaf is not a hadith.
Everything I've quoted is hadith.
No,
it's Sirah.
Sirah is part of the Islamic, when we talk about.
But it's not hadith, though. It's not saying a Muhammad.
Sirah does include it as part of our Islamic tradition there. So you're quoting
Reliance on the Sharia, though. And Mary's quoting Sharia, and you yourself appealed to Sharia
fine.
in the first
I guess
debate.
we could do that, but.
Yeah, you said Sharia, that this is all defined by Sharia. So you explicitly said Sharia.
Your evidence is coming from somebody's commentary. And what is this commentary on?
It's not a commentary. It's Sharia.
No, this is by Noah Hamim Keller. Okay, this is his commentary book. And what is he commentating on? Is he commentating on the hadith I gave you? Yes or no?
Why would he be commentating on that? He is talking about
good.
wives.
Now let me move
Why
on.
can wives leave the house?
So there's no evidence. First of all, let me tell you. Okay, one guy can talk at a time.
About the reasons in ancient
fatwa
from the time of Muhammad or shortly thereafter, why women can leave the house.
Yeah. Okay. So let me pause for 1 second. Let me just explain here, right? Okay, because Nadir says that his what he's saying is fact. It's not interpretation. And then whenever we quote someone who interpreted the same things that he quotes a different way, he says, "Oh, they're just interpreting." But in fact, of course, Nadir is interpreting himself. And the reason that the reason that we appeal to what Islamic scholars say is because they, in theory, should have a pretty good idea of what the texts are supposed to mean. which is why Mary said that Nadir follows a religion of one, because he only follows his own
Wait,
interpretations. He doesn't
so I'm
follow
debating
anyone
both of
else's.
you guys? Okay, that's fine. I
No,
can
I'm
refute all
just
this. Yeah, yeah.
explaining. I'm
Okay.
just explaining. I'm just explaining
Yeah.
what Mary's point is
Okay.
here.
So let me
So,
respond to all of these.
Nadir, you have your opportunity to reply.
Yes. So, what I am saying is exactly what I'm saying to all the imams and scholars you're quoting. Now, Noah Hamim Keller, he's on Facebook. Let's call him up. Let's get him on the horn. And they will agree with everything which I am telling you. I have already talked to the imams and scholars about this, okay? So you are misrepresenting Noah Hamim Keller's works. He's not even commentating on the hadith, which I am referencing. He is not making the claim, and you are lying upon him, stating that when Muhammad said, give him the best education, that this is only can be referring to religious education. That's not Noah Hamim's position. So you're lying on him. And so the issue here is, if you go to the Quran and the hadith and the Sirah Ibn Ishaq, those references, you are not going to find anything
I'm
which
really
which would
confused as
agree
to
with
why
Mary.
you're
Now let
saying
me
that I'm
share
quoting
my
someone I'm not.
references. Let me share my references to
Yeah, it's the reliance of the
substantiate this point.
traveler.
It is a
He's
commentary book.
very
Like I said, you are
silly.
misrepresenting Noah
No.
Hamim
So
Keller. And
let's just
yeah,
for
yeah,
purposes of facts here,
yeah.
right? Because we're
So
dealing with facts.
education,
Reliance of the Traveler was written
yeah.
several hundred, I think more than 1,000 years ago. I don't know the exact date.
Oh, it was
And
translated
it's
by
not
Noah
written
Hamim.
by
Yeah,
Keller.
yeah.
He's just the translator. Okay, so
But you're
this
quoting
isn't
books of
Keller's opinion
commentaries
about
and you're
anything.
misrepresenting them.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm quoting the
okay.
reliance
That
of the
is
traveler,
not.
hun.
He's not talking
So,
about the hadith, which I am quoting. Okay.
so
So
according to
let me share
reliance
my
of the
desktop.
traveler,
Okay, this is my
which
turn.
is
Thaddeus, can
oh
I
my
just
goodness.
share my
All
references?
right.
Okay, so to
So
prove me
we got to give.
wrong,
Let me silence
Right,
this nonsense
yeah. So
once
Mary,
and for all.
we got
Yeah.
to give Nadir a chance.
Okay. Now look what I'm quoting, going straight to the hadith, no commentaries here. So learning science is part of the sunnah as Muhammad practiced it himself. And then I will show you Aisha. My next reference will be Aisha was very knowledgeable in medicine and history, all of which Mary denied, saying, oh, Muslim women are not to be educated. But look, I'll get that reference in just a second. But let me quote this hadith right over here. So what I'm defending here, just to make it clear to everybody, education means education. Okay, is that clear? Education means education. It
okay, it
says,
is clear that you disagree with
I
Islamic scholars
inherited
and that you are on a
the
religion of one.
prohibit
Got it,
suckling.
Nadir.
Okay, guys,
So
one
give
at
me
a
your
time, please.
examples from history of
Okay,
all the
let
slave
me.
women
Okay,
who were
Thaddeus,
brought
please
to
allow me to.
you've made your
universities and
Mary.
who became the leaders.
Yes.
So this is important
Mary,
because
it's clear. It's clear.
Yeah.
It's
so what's
clear that
clear is that
you've
Nadir
made
does
the
not have a
Okay,
point.
single
Mary,
example.
Everyone's
allow me to
got it.
speak.
You don't need to keep saying
No,
it.
I have
Yeah.
not made this point yet. I have not made this point. It's an important point. I have not stated it. I am now requesting, since Nadir thinks that this is incredibly clear, and all Muslims would agree with him, because he has the religion of facts, that it is a fact that slave girls, according to Muhammad, ought to be given the best education possible, whatever that means there. They should go to the places where they study medicine and science and everywhere
Yes.
else. We need to find examples
Mhm.
in the first few hundred years of Islam where slave girls were made into physicians and then married, made into fahi, right? Fahi, and then married, made into all of these different jurists and
Mhm.
scholars and everything else
Okay.
through the study
Yeah.
of education outside of the home. They were sent off to education to a place out there.
Okay.
Okay.
So okay.
So the challenge has been
Yeah.
laid. If
Yeah.
Nadir's
Yeah.
interpretation is correct, he's
Yes.
been challenged to bring evidence of this from Islamic history.
Right, sure. Let me first go straight to the Prophet himself. And I'm showing that education is not just limited to religion and the five prayers. Here we see that it states over here that I intended to prohibit suckling during pregnancy, but I considered the Greeks and the Persians, which were the science at that time, and saw that they practiced it without injury being caused to the children thereby. Malik said, and then it goes on. But the point here is from the Sunnah of Muhammad, as we can see here, is studying medicine and science is also part of his Sunnah. And he stated over here, which states over here, the Messenger of Allah said, whoever gives medical treatment with no prior knowledge of medicine is responsible. So this is talking about medical malpractice. This is not from his teachings. This is coming from the Romans. As you can see, education means education is what I'm first defending here. So now let me show you. Now Mary made a false
Okay, great.
statement,
Quote the
but let me hold on.
scholars
Let
who
me
agree
finish.
with you because
Let
you're
me
on
let
fact.
me
all
let me
right, so
finish my
so he
spiel.
went, yeah, you went
Now
to that. Now let's get
now let's
what
go to the
Mary actually
scholars here.
requested.
And I'm
Yep.
quoting Islam Web, is a pretty reputable website, which basically talks about education of women. Now, the issue here is Mary denied this. She said that Muslim women are not to be educated. She tried to quote the Taliban as some kind of ideal. Look at now. I don't have the reference here. That's why I'm quoting the website. The book was too expensive. The Hadith of Al Hakim was about $248. So I said, okay, let me just use this reference here on the website. So I'm a little bit cheap on that regard. It says, "Oh mother oh mother, the fact that you are knowledgeable about poetry, history does not astonish me, but what really astonishes me is your knowledge about medicine." The scholar quotes many different references about her being a very good in medicine. Here are all the references from the different books. Unfortunately, I don't have them. So this is just to contradict the false claims which Mary was making in that discussion that, oh, educating women is only knowledge of yourself and the 5 pillars or the 5 prayers and stuff like this. As you can see, from the references, clearly proves her wrong. So I am just saying, look, education means education here. Now, to Mary's challenge, about where we can find that this was actually implemented, we have scant information. We don't have really any information. In fact, one scholar I'll quote, I'll get you his name in just a second. He said, even we don't have anything for the first 300 years on anything like related to slave girls and things like that. Now, after 300 years, the fiqh and the jurisprudence starts being formulated. So we have to go to the original sources. And what I am defending here is education means education. And this proves Muhammad as a true prophet because that type of thinking, that kind of information didn't exist in the 7th century. How and why would a man 1400 years ago talk about giving the slave girls the best education? And this is consistent with the claim he's a true prophet.
Thanks. It's my turn. So yes, of course, Nadir is a hypocrite. He wants to run away from things and claim that you can't use things except whenever he wants to use them. But what's interesting here is that he supported my point, actually, accidentally, because I said that women are not allowed to leave the house to learn anything unless it is religious learning. And the example of the wonderfully knowledgeable, had all these scholars, these female scholars, these were women who studied Islam at an Islamic at a location, like I showed you with the Rise of the Traveler. The one reason that women can leave the house for learning is to learn about Islam. And Aisha did not leave the house. She sat there and she sort of picked stuff up from the people around her. So whenever they came in to treat the prophet, some physicians, then she went and did those same things. Well, clearly that makes you a doctor, because whenever I take my kids to the doctor and the doctor prescribes them with something, like I know from then on, I'm like the most educated person ever, and I know how to do everything. When I sit there and listen to a historian talk, I am therefore a historian and I know everything because I've been in the same room with him. So again, he has failed to show me that you can leave the house for education other than a religious education as a slave girl in the early years.
Okay.
Now, this was his topic. I want to finish on clothing again. If you will please share my screen.
No, hold on a second. I'm going to answer your challenge here, okay? Because
so he has an opportunity to answer the challenge.
Yeah.
And then
so
okay, so you just have one.
I'm going to call you out for what you are here, Mary.
Just pause for 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I respond to that now? Yeah.
Yeah, you can respond right after I just say one thing. So I just want to be clear that there's one more topic after this, and then we'll go take audience questions. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, he interrupted me whenever I was wanting to talk about clothing before because he got really upset about.
We're done with. I don't want to talk about.
And so, I do have.
Well,
a couple of other things, not very much.
Yeah, so we're over 2 hours, which I mean I don't mind, but I'm sure Nadir probably doesn't want to be here all day.
So let me just respond to what you are saying here. You know, part of your deception here, Mary, I'm calling you out for what you are here, is you failed this whole thing. Women cannot leave the house for any purpose of education. Well, you know, so this is not coming from the Quran. You know that. You know this is not a teaching of Prophet Muhammad. You know that. You know this is not found in the Islamic references. You're quoting some commentary, and so I will. So if you're quoting a commentary, I will quote for you. You know, you had a picture of 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙮. You know, he's a Muslim scholar. You guys were mocking him. I will actually
I
use him as a
wasn't doing
reference.
anything.
He has something like, I think, 7
I'm
daughters.
asking for ancient
All of
scholars,
them are
sweetie.
all
I
of
already
them.
told you,
Hold
ancient.
on a second, Mary. The issue here is your deception here is you're trying to quote a commentary because you know that this is not a teaching coming from Islam. And in Islamic law, no commentary is evidence. This what you are presenting is not evidence. From Islamic point of view,
It,
hold on,
So
Islamic point of
it,
view,
it,
commentaries
it's
is
not a.
not
you need
It's
to just
not
stop lying,
tafsir.
legal.
Nadir. You have
Sharia
to
is
stop
not
Okay,
lying,
tafsir.
sweetie.
allow me to finish. Allow me to finish here.
Okay, finish lying and then we'll
Commentaries
move on. I'm not even gonna respond to it.
commentaries is not dalil. What that means is a commentary is not considered evidence in Islam. The only thing which is considered evidence is qala Allah, what Allah has said, qala Rasul, what his prophet has said. When you go for studies in Islamic studies, this is the number one rule you will learn. Okay, the four schools of thought. This is not an evidence in Islam. So, but you quoted, you know, a commentary. Let me now quote for you 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙮. He has something like 7 daughters or something like that.
Thanks
Mashallah.
for quoting me
Some
a
of
modern
them,
scholar, which is not what I asked
some
for.
of
I
them
asked for ancient.
are doctors,
Okay.
engineers. All of them are you know, in all very good professions. In fact, we can go. All the people you were mocking at in this, you know, those Muslims, they all have daughters. Let's see if they will allow them to leave the house for education. I have 2 daughters. They all leave the house to go to school. Okay, so your quackology is being refuted by the very Muslims who you have been mocking in this entire discussion. So yeah, I'll refer you to 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙮. He talks about this,
Okay,
about
thank you
women
for
leaving the
referring
house
me
for
to a modern
education.
scholar, which I did not
Perfectly
ask you
fine.
to refer me
So,
to.
but the
All
issue
right,
here is
now
once
Uh,
again, you
can
got
we go
caught in
on?
okay.
your lies.
So,
You
all right, we are
destroyed your
well
lies
we are well
by
far
saying
afield of
education
the
is
actual
only knowledge
topic,
of
which wasn't
yourself.
the education of women. It was the
Yeah,
education of slaves. And what you were
yeah,
challenged to bring was a
yeah,
historical source that interpreted
yeah.
the education and the hadiths that you quoted that interpret that as giving slaves will be considered a general education. If you, I haven't heard any historical sources, so apparently no Muslims interpreted it this way, or
Mm.
at least you're unaware of any who did. Um,
All right.
and I did want to also clarify something that you kept saying commentary, and what was being quoted was Sharia. So Sharia is not tafsir. So
This is
uh,
not an evidence. It's not an evidence.
Okay, so
You
what
need to,
if you deny
yeah.
ijma?
it,
What is it?
it's
What
I
not a
am
is
pro.
quoting you,
are you
Hakim
Okay, so
building a
al-Hakim.
kufr?
Mary,
All of
Mary,
the
Mary.
scholars and have daughters. We're all sending them to school. What are you talking about?
So
Okay.
again, okay, so
Yeah. You
we
lied
can play
again,
it
Mary.
either way, Nadir, but you can't have it both ways. So when it comes to your turn, right? You're happy to quote a modern ruling from a website which apparently actually contradicted you, as Christ of
Yeah.
Salvation pointed out that it said right at the top that it was education in Sharia. But regardless of that, when it suits you, you'll quote a modern source, you'll quote secular sources. But then when it doesn't suit you, you say it's interpretation.
That's
Uh,
not happening.
so my only standard, Mary's standards might be different. My only standard is that you have to be consistent, right? So if you're going to cite
Mhm.
one type of evidence for your own case, then you have to accept the same when it comes to the opposition.
Well,
And I think
can I
that's where
push
you
back on
fail.
that?
I think that's where you fail, Nadir,
Okay,
because you're
can I push
always
it?
saying,
Well, let me
well,
respond to that.
let me just finish. I'm almost
Yeah.
done. You're
Yeah.
always saying that everyone's interpreting except for you. You have facts, and then you give your interpretation of whatever
Yeah.
sources you bring.
Okay, no, what the issue here is Mary made the false claim that when Muhammad said, give the women the best, give the slave girls the best education, this can only be referring to knowledge of yourself and something about religious. There's no evidence for that in Quran, Hadith, or in the Sirah. Rather, she tried to quote a commentary that commentary wasn't even referring to this hadith, which we are even talking about. And so that's deception. Okay. When you knew you don't have evidence and quoting commentaries, reliance of the traveler, this is not evidence in Islam. Okay. Everything, when we present evidence, it's got to be coming from the Quran and the Sunnah. Same thing in Christianity. I cannot come to you with a commentary on the Bible and claim this is an evidence. No, what Jesus said, what's taught in the Bible, this is what evidence is. Mary is not able to defend her false statements from our scriptures, and it's not just on education.
You're still talking. Come on, stop.
If the best
Well,
evidence
I did most. In fairness, I did most of the
evidence
talking.
you have is
I
a
did most of it, I guess.
commentary, well, then that's not evidence at all,
Okay,
Mary.
so
Okay,
if you want
you're
to talk
done.
about deceit, continuing to call Sharia commentary is definitely what I would consider.
This is just a
deceit.
it is just
So,
a commentary
just
book,
a
okay?
quick thing.
It's
What
not an
happens
evidence.
if you contradict ijma? What is that?
There is no ijma on that. That's the whole
Okay, so
thing.
there is no ijma on the reasons that a married woman can leave the house.
You are right. There's no ijma on that. Okay.
That's quite remarkable.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, now I did want to continue on how other people interpreted what clothing your slave
well, hold on.
I think we need to move on to the question and answer.
Let me read a super chat. So I have several, quite a few of them that are here. Sorry, I was trying to find the oldest one. So from Nick's Highlander.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
No comment, just donation. Thank you for that. And from Jean-Michel.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
I do have to agree with Yasser Qadi. It is definitely not wise to bring up poop emojis in public. Thank you for that donation. All right, so Mary, I think you wanted to cover one more topic.
Well, am I? Yes, I am unmuted. Okay. I do want to go on and see what other people considered the definition of appropriate clothing for a slave was, whether or not they should be dressed in exactly what the Muslims who are free are dressed in. So we have, for example, the female servants of Umar used to service with their heads uncovered, and their breasts would tremble or shake, and their legs from the ankles and the calves would be visible. Another one says the slave girls of Umar were serving us with uncovered hair and their breasts shaking. Chain of narration is perfect. Umar once saw a slave girl that belonged to us, that's to an us, wearing a scarf, so Umar hit her and told her, oh, darn, he hit her? He must have, freed her then, right? He did that just to free her and told her, don't assume the manners of the free women. Then I saw Umar holding a stick with his hand and striking a slave girl's head until her scarf came off, and he said, why does the slave assume the manners of a free woman? It's also permissible for an unrelated man to look at a female slave's arm, hair, legs, chest, and breasts. Major scholars from all 4 legal schools approved of this ruling, declared the hijab is only for free women, and the aura of a slave woman is between the navel and the knees. Sources tell us slave girls throughout early Islamic history used to walk around uncovered. Dang, did Muhammad know about this? With their breasts exposed. Imam Malik used to have strongly disapproved of the behavior of the slave women in Medina going about uncovered above their lower garment, but notice that he does not explicitly forbid it. Malik related to me. They heard that Umar ibn Khattab saw a female slave belonging to Abdullah ibn Umar. This is a different dude, right? She was dressed like a free woman. He went to his daughter Hafsa and said, didn't I see your brother's slave girl dressed like a free woman, walking among the people and causing trouble? He disapproved of that. So this is a correct interpretation of what clothing your slave like you would include at the time of Muhammad.
Yeah, let me
Just look it up.
respond to all of that
Yep.
real quick. Yeah.
Please do.
So, if you ever take a class on Islamic Sharia law, Mary, which I think you have not, they actually refer to Ibn Umar. They show him that you cannot just blindly follow these people that you are mentioning. Why? Because they would actually teach you that Ibn Umar practiced sodomy with women, and that was something which was clearly condemned by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So you can go ahead and Google that. I'm not going to go into it. Ibn Umar, sodomy, and you'll see there's a whole discussion and debate on that. So this is all part of the facade, the deception of Mary, that she has failed, and I'm literally chasing her out of the Quran. I've chased Mary out of the Hadith. I've chased her out of the Sirah, and now she's trying to take refuge into the individual state actions of what some of the Sahaba, actually he was a son of Sahaba, some of what they did. So this is really the part of the last refuge of the scoundrel kind of analogy here, that she is not able, and she's been crippled to the point where she's now referring to individual actions of people, but the scholars have already refuted that. So we can go back to the Hadith. Let's look at what Muhammad said, and that's the evidence of Islam. What she's quoting from Islamic perspective, Sharia perspective, is not evidence.
So you said specifically that Abdullah ibn Umar should not be followed because he does bad things like have sodomy.
The scholars
right?
say. Yeah, the scholars say that.
Excellent, because he is the one who is letting his slave walk around covered up like a free woman. And his father said, shame on him for letting this woman go around without her tits out. What we should be doing is having all these women walking around with their boobs hanging out, because that's what slave women should do. They shouldn't be covered up like free women. Bad Ibn Umar, bad Abdullah ibn Umar. You are not following the Sunnah of the Prophet. The Sunnah of the Prophet is that slave girls have naked boobies. So follow that. So You're
correct.
Just
lying to people. There's no Sunnah
you
like
are correct.
that. Get out of
Ibn
here.
Umar was a bad example
lying.
and often did things not according to the
Mary's
Sunnah.
a habitual liar. Let's move on. Let's do the
Well,
question and
she
answer
quoted
time.
quite a number of sources.
No, they're all irrelevant to the Quran and the Hadith. Now, Thaddeus, now I'm going to hold you accountable. Did she quote any verse of the Quran, any Hadith, or anything from the Sirah? Did she quote any of that? You say, oh, she quoted. What did she quote? Thaddeus, be honest.
I don't know. I was not
all
reading
of what
the references
she quoted
at the bottom
cannot
of
be
the slides.
considered as evidence in Islam. Simple. Move on.
Okay,
well,
awesome.
neither can Ibn Ishaq, and you appeal to that all the time.
People do. This is a Sirah. If you look at Ibn Ishaq, it is one of the most earliest writings. Which
it is, but whenever Christians.
Okay, but if you want to deny Ibn Ishaq, okay.
I don't want to deny it. I'm just saying you have double standards here, right?
So
because according to Orthodox Islam, Ibn Ishaq is not a reliable source.
Orthodox Islam doesn't follow Ibn Umar. We cite him as having a lot of problems. That's Orthodox Islam.
We have some medieval scholars. Then we have Hadith. Then we have. Then we have Hadith.
Let's move on to the question and answer time, because all she's doing is quoting, appealing to authority, because she failed to make her case in the Quran,
and then
the Hadith,
one thing,
and the Sirah of Muhammad.
Yeah, a number of them were Hadith,
Hang on. So because Islam is the religion of facts, that means that the scholars must know what they're talking about. They wouldn't go on wacky, quacky interpretation. That wouldn't be
Shall
Islam.
I answer you? Shall I answer you?
According to you, because Islam is a religion of fact, then the scholars would be on fact. Otherwise, you are in a different religion than they are.
Let me answer you now.
So go ahead.
I will quote Asim Hakim. He's a very famous scholar, which you actually had his video. He answered this question when he was answered about wiping over your feet on leather socks. All of the four schools of thought and almost all the ulama of the past has said they have to be leather socks. But as Asim pointed out, well, that's okay, because this is not evidence. Quoting scholars in Islam is not evidence. As he said, you don't have to wear leather socks because when you go to the primary sources, the Quran, the Hadith, the Sirah, we just don't find evidence for that. So just because the Hanafi jurists are right that all the scholars do say you need to wear leather socks, it really is not the right opinion. And that's what everybody, all the Muslims, almost all the people are following today, in spite of the fact that scholars of the past said you need to have leather socks. Okay, so the problem is, Mary, you don't understand Islamic law. The problem is that you have been chased out of the Quran. You have been chased out of the Hadith. You have been chased out of the Sirah. And so now you're trying to find refuge in opinions of scholars, trying to cite Ibn Umar. It's just not going to work because the scholars have already refuted that.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
wasn't citing Ibn Umar. I said he did
Let's
something wrong.
let's
But I
let's
think that
move
the
on
reason,
to
hang on,
the
I think that the
let's move
reason he
on to the
didn't want to
question and answer
cite
time.
Ibn
We'll
Umar
get
is
to
because he
moving.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mary,
Yeah.
your final thoughts here, and then we're going to move on to the
Well,
questions.
I want to look at this because he didn't want to talk about Ibn Umar because of something else he did. But I want to point out that Ali did the same thing. So whenever Ibn Umar was considering buying a slave girl, he would place his hands between her breasts and shake them.
Mhm.
She is but an item for sale. And there are other
All
versions of
haram.
this, right? And he's like, oh, that's terrible. But guess what? Ali would also uncover her legs and look at them. So
Mhm.
these kinds of things were actually part of, went into Islamic law as being something
It's not
correct
an
that he
Islamic
did.
law. You're lying. Okay,
So
it's not
it
an
went
Islamic
into
law.
the examples of
Okay.
the followers of
Yeah.
Islam.
This is
And we
not
have a
Islam.
video showing the same sorts of things happening in 1960. So my final question to you,
This is damage
you
control.
said, no, hon. So
Yeah, you're
you
doing damage
said,
control. You can't make
during,
your case from
will
the
you do his
from
whole
our
quote about how
scriptures.
wonderful Islamic slavery is?
Yeah, that's not
And then I'll have
Islam.
my
It's
concluding
simple.
statement.
What you are quoting is not Islam. This is not evidence. You are doing damage control. Islam is the Quran, the Hadith, the Sirah. This is
Okay,
Islam.
so
You
it's no
got
longer
chased out of
ijma,
those
and
sources, and
you're
now
a
you're
kuffar.
quoting
Got
other
it.
sources. So
Nadir
you
is
have been
now kuffar,
refuted. Yeah.
and he disagrees
Yeah.
that the scholars have authority. He is in a
Okay.
religion of one. Thank you,
No, I just
Nadir,
quoted
for being the
Asim
only
Hakim.
member
Asim
of a
Hakim
religion
agrees
of
with what
one.
I'm saying.
Well, yeah, you can cherry pick whatever you want if you're a
All
religion
of
of
what you
one.
showed about shaking boobs and all that, that's all
So,
haram. No
Thaddeus,
Muslim
would
is
you play
going
his
to
whole
accept
quote
that.
about the beauties of Islamic
Yeah.
slavery?
All of that, all
Uh,
Muslims are in
yeah.
agreement. What Ibn Umar did was haram. It's forbidden. We do not follow that.
No, they're
It's
not.
all in agreement. Okay? Simple. You
All
cannot
right.
just
All
flaunt the
right.
laws of Islam in a slave market, which is what you are trying to portray. But
Okay,
Mary,
great.
you're
So give me
done.
the
You're
ancient scholars
finished.
who condemned him.
Well,
Ancient.
okay. Well, I can get you some. Give me some time, and I'll get you some. No problem. But
Okay. That is
yeah,
a fair answer. So,
yeah. Okay.
uh, 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 I'll play this clip, and
But
they're your own
one which
words.
comes
So,
to mind is Dr. Hashimi. He's a Harvard professor. He
He's an
on
ancient
Islam,
scholar. Awesome. He's
and
ancient.
I
Got
mean,
it.
just one that comes to
Is
mind.
he
He
alive?
did condemn that.
He
Okay,
must be even
so
more than 120
okay,
years old.
but the issue here
okay.
is
Okay,
you're
Mary.
not able to
Okay.
make your case from the
I
Quran and
really
the
want to move
Hadith.
on. I really
So
want to
let's
move
move
on
on.
to the
Yeah,
Q&A.
yeah.
So I'm going to play Nadir's words here, so you shouldn't have any problem with that.
Mhm.
Just to get the clarity of what his argument was.
Yeah, this Muhammad was a slave trader canard, I thought has been debunked here. Alhamdulillah. Everybody should be doing that. Look at all the people in the world today who are throwing themselves in the Mediterranean Ocean trying to make their way to Europe. The Islamic system of slavery is so good. If you were to put it on a website, it would crash within an hour of all the participants. You're going to get 3 hots and a cut. You're going to get the best education. You're going to get, you'll eat good food, the same food as your master. You're going to wear the same clothes and no overburdening work. Now, look all throughout the world. Look at the refugee camps in Syria, Afghanistan, and Africa, wherever. Who would not, would want this?
All right.
It's
So
true.
that is Nadir's position on slavery in Islam.
Can I
And
say
he
one
asked
quick
for
thing?
And would you like to? You can have a 10-minute closing statement. How about that?
No, I can't, I don't have time for that because we got to get. I got about 20 more minutes. We can do question and answers. Then we got to get going.
Yeah,
Sorry about
let's
that.
try to get through
Yeah,
these questions fairly
yeah. Let's get to the
quickly.
questions, please.
All right, we can do
So
questions
this
first.
question is directly related to the clip I just played. Would Nadir like to be a slave? He's making it sound so nice. Perhaps he'd like to go to China.
Well, yeah. Can I answer that real quick?
Yep.
Yeah, so if I was in a refugee camp on the border of Syria and Turkey, and I saw that I've got an opportunity to get the best education, you're going to have 3 hots and a cot. You're going to eat the same food as the master, wear the same clothes. Yes, please sign me up just to get me out of that refugee camp. If I was one of those children, in the Congo, 5 million people died of starvation and hunger in the Congo. If this opportunity came up to get the best education, as what we saw from the Hadith of Prophet Muhammad, yes, please do, because the best education is what? The Harvard, the Yale. institutions like that. So what Islamic slavery is, it's a transitionary period so that eventually you will get your freedom. But while you are in the system, you're going to get an education, you're going to get treated well. And because the point here is do not release all at once, because that could create a humanitarian catastrophe.
All right. I think the question was for you in your current situation, not in some terrible situation.
If I was in a bad situation, but if I'm in a good situation, no.
Okay.
It all depends. If I didn't have an education, maybe I would. Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Let's see. From Gershwin, what is the difference between approving to rape a slave girl or beat a slave girl?
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why he would ask that. I mean, they're both bad. They're not the same.
Yeah. So the issue here, I think, there is no new definition of what rape is. We saw from 3 different slave girl examples that we saw in all 3 examples, there were women who were non-participant, who did not want to have sexual relations. They were either put aside, or in the case of 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡, she was given an option to choose someone she liked, and the text stated very clearly she accepted him. So this is a sunnah of Muhammad, what he practiced and did. And now all the slave girls can now borrow and can see from the example of 𝙧𝙧𝙧. And that's why when you read the Quran and the Hadith and all of our history, you will never find in a single example of a woman being raped or a slave girl being raped or anyone being raped. Why? Because it goes against the prophetic tradition. And Rayhana, Safiya, and 𝙧𝙧𝙧 are 3 examples.
So Nina says, "I would."
Wait. I think that was also a question for me.
Okay, go ahead.
Between raping and hitting or beating or slapping or whatever. His argument was that if you cannot slap someone's face, then you certainly should not be able to rape them. Well, in Islam, it's not called rape, because you have possessed, you have malik. Or milk, excuse me. Malik is what you are. You're the owner. You have milk over the woman's sexual access. You have dominion over her. It's a term of Islamic law, and so it's not considered a violation. You aren't allowed to slap animals on the face too. If you'll show my screen really quickly, you aren't allowed to slap animals either, and so that doesn't mean that you. Oh, well, if you can't slap them on the face, surely you can't eat them. If you can't slap a slave on the face, surely you can't have sex with her. There's even a hadith that says that one of the companions of Muhammad slapped a slave belonging to him, and she fled away. And then called one to slap another, and then he said, and then they had only one. There was a family; they had only one slave girl, and they slapped her on the face. And Muhammad said, "Oh, I have forbidden the slapping of faces, so you should release her." And they said, "Oh, but Muhammad, we only have one slave to serve all of us." And he said, "Okay, well, you can keep her then until you can afford to buy another one and replace her, because we have." A priority here.
I want to get through a bunch of these questions, so let's try to keep these answers brief. From Daniel, question: did Muhammad beat Aisha or not?
Yeah. So this is all irrelevant to the fact of the issue of slave women, okay, and whether you could rape them. This is the argument which what we're seeing here is a type of shifting the goalpost. Okay, Mary was exposed, and let me first of all correct her. She said that Islam only doesn't allow slapping of the face. No, any kind of beating, any kind of slapping of a slave is prohibited in Islam. You are to set them free. So, the issue here is, why would a rapist say something like that? That doesn't make any sense. It's completely irrational. So no, and that's why when you look in our scriptures, the Quran, the Hadith, the Sirah, you will never find a single example of a slave girl being raped, because it goes against the prophetic tradition. And even if you look for the first 300 years in Islamic jurisprudence, you'll never find any scholar ever allowing for a slave girl to be raped.
Okay.
I'm sorry about Aisha. So Aisha is irrelevant to the topic which we
Yep,
are talking
irrelevant.
about.
Let's leave
Yeah.
that topic for another day. Let's try to.
Last time he
Uh,
said that Muhammad hurt her when she was a
Yeah.
child, and so it doesn't count.
Let's move on to
He
the
was married
topic.
to
Let's
her,
move
but he
on.
hurt her, and she was a
I
child.
want to get through. I want to get through a bunch of these questions. So, if
I'm being faster than he is.
I know, but all he had to say is it's irrelevant, right? So,
Right.
next time, don't go off on some tangent
Okay,
about
sorry.
rape and slavery
Yeah.
and whatnot. Just say it's
Yeah.
irrelevant, and we'll save that for a different day. So Nina says, I would like to know what's the just way of beating slaves is according to Nadir, since there's a punishment for beating unjustly.
No,
I think
that
that
is
your
a
position
yeah.
throughout has been that
Yeah.
that is incorrect,
Yes.
that unjustly was added to the text,
Yeah,
correct?
Mary was deceiving you basically. So basically, if you look at the Quran, I mean, look at the Hadith, which I stated, the word unjustly is not in there. Any kind of beating, any kind of slapping, it is prohibited. In fact, the Prophet Muhammad said that the people who are the evil people are the people who beat their slaves. So again, now the issue about unjust slave beating, they can be beaten if it's a violation of Sharia law, meaning fornication, alcohol, drinking alcohol, or stealing, or murder. So, but that's the case for everybody, not just slaves, but also free people. So that is what is meant over there. That there is a legitimate reason to beat a slave, but that's for everybody. Anybody can be beaten for that. So it's very important not to fall for this rouse, which Mary tried to play for everybody here. The hadith are explicitly clear.
Okay.
So there are multiple hadith, only one of which has the version that he likes that excludes the word unjustly. But the key word here is atonement or expiation, which means that for something that is done wrongly. So if you beat them wrongly is implied by the word atonement. Now, we do have examples of slaves being beaten in front of Muhammad. For example, the beating of Buhayra in front of Muhammad, just for the purpose of testimony. She hadn't even done anything. Ali beat her gave her a violent beating, saying, "Tell the apostle the truth." We have examples where slaves are beaten for slander, according to the Sunnah. And that is why he appeals to Sharia, and Sharia universally allows the slaves that your right hand possesses are those whom you have sexual access to without condition. And, as long as they're not married to somebody else. If you have married them off to someone else, then you can't have them. But if they're in your possession, they're not married to somebody else, you can have your way with them. And also, the Sharia universally allows the beating of slaves for many different offenses. And
Okay.
he wants to appeal to Sharia and then run away from it.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah. We don't need to rehash the entire conversation in every answer. Okay. And that's to both of you. Both are giving way more context than is needed to just answer the question. So Nina says, so Nadir, am I wrong to think you pick hadiths that you like because you like to bring hadiths that supposedly agree with your idea, but when a contradicting hadith is provided, you discard it?
Yeah. So part of the problem with Christians in general is when they listen to a discussion like this, they do not understand. They have a difficulty understanding what is an interpretation and what is a fact. That is why they give their life to Jesus, because they have that defect in their brain. So can you share my desktop real quick? And so I believe the theory I want to propose is one of the reasons why people are Christians is 90% biological, because they struggle to understand interpretation versus fact. Now, here is a fact I'm going to give you, which cannot be reinterpreted. It said, talking about Allah's messenger, peace be upon him, never struck anything with his hand unless he was struggling for the cause of Allah, nor did he ever strike a servant or a woman. Okay, so now you can't reinterpret that. Mary was trying to deceive people by misquoting hadith, saying, okay, well, it's just one example and stuff like that. And it states over here, who are the people let me tell you who are the evil ones. They are those who eat alone, who beat their slaves and withhold their help. These are explicit facts which are being presented to you. Okay, Mary is giving you false interpretation, but I don't want to rehash this whole debate again. She had her chance and she got caught on every opportunity misinterpreting our scriptures.
We don't need to continue to say
I don't need to reply to
won.
this. I think everyone knows that he does.
Okay, very good. We'll go to the and he didn't actually deny that there. He just said that he's
No, he
correct.
just attacked me.
Right. So Nina also said, why did you go to Ibn Ishaq? So I'm actually genuinely curious on this one. Why do you use Ibn Ishaq as a source when most Muslims would not?
Well, no, that's not true. That most Muslims don't use Ibn Ishaq. Uh, in apologetics, we all use Ibn Ishaq. All the apologists use it. It's one of our earliest writings, and no scholar really. I mean, you're listening to some Muslim apologists, but they're wrong, who try to deny Ibn Ishaq because they're not able to defend certain things, and they're like referring to satanic verses. But all of that is, in my opinion, false reasoning. Ibn Ishaq, it can be used unless you have a statement from the scholars of hadith saying there's something in there which is wrong. Yeah, there's some weak hadith in there. That's fine, true, but that's fine. But since we're all using Ibn Ishaq, whether it's Sam Shimon, David Wood, Christian Prince, we're all using Ibn Ishaq. Let's not play a dishonest game that now when it's being used to refute you guys, now you want to abandon it.
Hey,
Okay?
I'm happy to use it. I'm
Okay,
happy to
let's
use
stick
it.
with Ibn Ishaq.
I am
Okay.
absolutely thrilled to use it. Just so that you
Okay,
know, I
good.
just find that you need to use it with the correct amount of acceptance, meaning that if there are certain things that do not fit in its own narrative and with the narratives that the ahadith that exist outside of it, then those things are likely fabricated.
I never said that. I don't
No,
do
that's
that.
what I'm saying.
And,
Of course you
yeah,
didn't say
that's
that. You
what
want
she's
to
saying.
use whatever you want to
Right.
use.
You
I'm
try
saying
to.
that you need to
That's
have
what
a
you did
coherent,
tonight.
consistent
You try to
story.
reject the
Otherwise,
Hadith
it
of
makes no
Safiya.
sense. I'm saying that it must make sense. If it's illogical, if it's ridiculous, if you have one thing happening and then like 5 minutes later, everyone's astonished by this thing, like
Right.
one of those
Right.
stories
So
isn't true. My
to be
standard is
clear,
consistency.
right. Right. So to be clear, Mary has a consistent standard where she will evaluate any source and determine whether or not it is historically accurate. And Nadir also, to his credit, has a consistent standard, at least in principle, of accepting everything that Ibn Ashaq writes. So I don't see any inconsistency on this issue. So the next one is a super chat from Nori.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah. Because sadaqah, you can give it just like this, yeah, in 1 second.
Thank you for following that advice and giving your donation just like that in 1 second. So Nori says, the moon fell on whose lap that never knew Allah? What does this prophecy have anything to do with God? So this is reference to,
Yeah, it's
that hadith
yeah.
that you're quoting,
So it's
or
very
Sarah
easy to
quoting.
answer here. So basically, this is the part which we were talking about rejecting things which we don't like. Mary tried to reject this. Oh, this has to be a fabrication. Why? Because it destroyed her argument. So the issue here is this is when Safiya was still married to her abusive husband who gave her a black eye, Allah gave her hidayat of the moon falling into her lap, the moon representing Muhammad. And so as they were going along, that's when Safiya informed Muhammad of this dream she had of him. And so that is why I'm using this as
Yeah, so
consent.
I
Yeah,
think the question was, what
yeah.
does the moon have to do with Muhammad or Allah?
It's
I think.
representing him. So basically in the
Well,
dream, which yeah.
why though? I mean, that's kind of a weird
Oh,
symbol if it's supposed to be Muhammad.
I don't
I
know
mean,
why. Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is, which
Yeah,
is
I
why
don't know why.
I'm
I don't know.
Well,
But
asking.
oh,
I
okay,
think I can
actually,
answer.
I'm sorry, I do know why. Because one of the attributes of Prophet Muhammad was that he was transfigured in the sense like his face would shine as if it's like the shining of the moon. So he had this glow about him like the moon. So that's probably one of the reasons. It's called transfiguration.
Okay, and so my answer to this is that this was fabricated because it doesn't fit with any of the rest of the details of the entire
Yeah,
story. It doesn't fit
right.
in with the other ahadith. It doesn't fit with what happens immediately after. It doesn't fit with anyone's reactions because it was embarrassing. However, the reason a
Yeah.
moon was chosen is because once again, this shows the pagan origins and lunar associations of Islam. Al-Nur being described as moonlight, Muhammad being a section of the moon's light that was like created 70,000 years before, pulled off of Allah 75,000
Hmm.
years before creation in the more Gnostic Islamic sources. So this is a later Gnostic fabrication that uses these Gnostic ideas and then sticks them on Sophia because the entire incident is otherwise really embarrassing and it makes it seem slightly less horrible. But remember that Sophia said that no one has ever been as hateful to her as Muhammad, which doesn't exactly fit with her going,
No.
yay, he's dead. I want to be with Muhammad because now I get my moon.
Yeah, okay, let's continue on here. Super chat from his Minister of Fire.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
So he says in Sunan Abu Dawud, 1818, Muhammad smiled while a slave was being beaten. And I went ahead and pulled it up here. We came out for performing Hajj along with the messenger of Allah, and then they reached a place, blah, blah, blah. Aisha sat beside the messenger of Allah, and I sat beside my father, Abu Bakr. The equipment and personnel effects of Abu Bakr and the messenger of Allah were placed with Abu Bakr's slave on a camel. Abu Bakr was sitting and waiting for his arrival. When he arrived, he didn't have the camel with him. Where is your camel? He replied, I lost it last night. Abu Bakr says there's only one camel. And then he began to beat him while the messenger of Allah was smiling and saying, look at this man who is in the sacred state. What is he doing? So it does quite literally say that Muhammad smiled. At the beating of his slave.
Can I share my desktop real quick? Right.
Yep.
So this goes back to the point about how the religion of Christianity is not a fact-based religion. It is an interpretation-based religion where they just misinterpret, reinterpret things in a way which suits their agenda. So part of what I want to do, I want to start teaching Christians, showing them what is the difference between fact versus interpretation. Now, anybody can reinterpret what smile means. Smile means you're allowing the beating. That's a wacky, quacky interpretation. So let me hit those interpretations with fact. Fact is what you see on the screen right here. When my master found out about that, he beat me. So the messenger of Allah, so I went to the messenger of Allah and he came to him and said, do not beat him. So there's no room for compromise on this. As you can see, I'm not even going to explain the hadith for you. The clear apparent meaning is clear for everybody. So so my technique here is every time someone tries to reinterpret and tries to interpret what this could mean, I'm going to hit them with facts. These are the facts which you're seeing on your screen here. Okay?
So Nadir Han, according to you, fact is whatever you feel that something means.
I just reading it straight off the text.
Also, if someone smiles, they're unhappy and angry. So everyone, it is fact.
It's reinterpretation.
Muhammad was angry and unhappy at this. And if you say otherwise, you're performing reinterpretation. If you dare to think that someone who smiles is either amused or
so
pleased.
the plain fact is that Muhammad smiled, which is all the super chat said, by the way. And Muhammad said that they were engaging in interpretation, which is interesting.
They're reinterpreting smiling meaning permissibility. That's the quacky interpretation.
Well, I didn't actually read to the end of the hadith, so let me read the end.
Yeah, read the whole hadith.
The messenger of Allah spoke nothing except these words. Look at this man. Who is he in the sacred state? What he is doing? He was smiling when he uttered these words. So that he didn't say stop, right? I mean, it explicitly says he said nothing else.
But
right?
what did
Nothing
he say in
except
other
these
hadiths?
words.
You're taking it out of context, right?
What is the context? I read the whole hadith.
What is the context of slave beating? I have been sharing. You don't need to sit
the context is that Abu Bakr's slave lost their only camel.
You're not
That's
understanding me. The issue here is you are taking this hadith, and this is my point. Christianity is not a religion which can present facts to you. They just put an interpretation spin where they're looking at. Hold on, let's not interrupt.
Nadir, Ahmed, yes, we know.
Guys,
let's go on to the next
well,
one.
actually,
Okay,
this is exactly what you were accused of doing earlier. You go to the one hadith, you say this one's plain fact. You go to someone else pulls up a different one, and you say that's your interpretation.
So Nadir, I'm helping you by giving the fact
you guys
that
want to shut me
Muhammad
down.
is smiling because he is unhappy and he is not amused. He is neither happy
Okay.
nor
No,
amused.
I think what it would actually say
Okay,
is
you're
we have
not
no
on the
clue why Muhammad was smiling.
Right.
Because it
Let's
doesn't
not
tell us.
reinterpret and try to infer into the text and try to find permissibility
Yes.
when it was
No one should
explicitly
think that someone
stated,
who
you
smiles
do
is
not beat a
either happy
slave.
or amused.
Okay.
So
That would be
where did he
wrong.
condemn him?
What
Where
Christianity
did he
really
condemn
is.
it, Nadir? Because you said that
Yeah.
you said elsewhere that
Mhm.
if there isn't an explicit reference, you
Right.
can't make any assumption. So you're
Okay.
assuming
So
that
you want me to interpret it. Okay, no problem.
no,
We can
no
interpret. Yeah.
well,
Who's it's an argument
as I
from
often
silence.
say to you, Nadir,
Yeah.
everything is
No,
interpretation.
it's
Just
not
because you
everything's
call your
He calls the Sharia
interpretation.
and
interpretation
he
Okay.
denies
fact.
it.
Okay.
So
Can I say
let's just go on
something?
to the next
Can I
one.
say something? Okay. So the issue here is the problem with Christians is they do not understand or they struggle with understanding what is an interpretation versus what is explicit facts. And because of that defect in the brain that they have given their
So
life to
Nadir,
Jesus.
stop talking.
So
Let's go
this
to
is
the
a
next one.
perfect example of
Nadir's
what we're seeing
Islamic
here.
one is
So
the only
whenever
thing with facts.
the
Everything else is
All right, I
interpretation.
have a brain defect
Are you
Sharia,
apparently.
not?
but
So
not Sharia. Do
Yeah.
not cite the
So
Sharia
let me.
manual. No
We
Sharia. No
cannot
Sharia.
ignore what's
It's the
explicitly is
slavery of
written.
Sharia. No Sharia. Oh,
Okay.
please keep
Okay.
that Sharia book away from me.
Let's
Nadir.
move
okay,
on.
calm
Let's move
down,
on.
calm down.
Yeah.
So I have a brain defect. I can't see what this
That's
hadith
correct.
actually means. Only Nadir can see what it
Right.
actually means. I got it.
No, I'm not saying
So
that.
we're going to move on to the
Let's
next
move on.
question. We're going to move on to the next question.
Yeah.
From Houston, which were the universities full of slaves receiving the best education, and what majors did they study in?
Yeah. So this is a part of that kind of this debate defeat, which we are witnessing from the Christian side, where the text was very
They're
clear.
just
Muhammad.
questions,
Hold on.
Nadir.
Hold
They're
on. Hold on
just
a second.
questions for
Okay.
you. You can't say
Yeah.
that they are giving these
Yeah.
questions because they're
Yeah.
defeated. I'm not
Yeah.
going to allow you to
We
say
don't
such a
know.
ridiculous
Okay.
thing.
The text very clearly. Muhammad taught science. Okay. Part of the Sunnah is to teach and learn science. We know that. How much of this was actually implemented during those days? We don't have any records of that. We don't know. So, but the issue here, what makes Islam a miraculous religion, is that this is not a teaching which existed in the 7th century. Giving slaves an education is something which is consistent with the fact that he is a true prophet.
All right. So we don't have any records
We have
of
no
anyone
records.
actually ever carrying this out. We just
Yeah.
have to take Nadir's word for it. That's the correct interpretation. Christ's salvation says Islamic education is Sharia, unless he's going to say that Sharia is man-made now.
So it goes back to the phraseology. When we look in the hadith and it talked about getting a religious education, it used a different phraseology. So when we come to this hadith, when it talked about, giving them the best education, education means education is what I'm defending. It means education. And the text does not say only religious education. And we know from the Sunnah, Muhammad himself was studying science. We know Aisha was very good in poetry, history, and medicine. So there's no limitation on this education.
Yeah. Well, so kind of the point. So he followed that up by saying, "Just concede that Sharia is man-made." So the point here, right, is that you said that Sharia is good because it's God-given, and then you say, but what's actually good is normal education, science, math, all kinds of things. If Sharia is better than other things, then the best education by definition would be learning the Sharia. I think that's kind of the point he's trying to make.
Yeah. Well, I think that one important point is that Nadir always loves to say that, oh, aside from interpreting this in Nadir religion, where it means something that nobody else thinks it meant, that it means like, oh, you send them to universities, even though universities did exist, by the way. There were schools of medicine and things like that. And no evidence that any slave girl ever went there. Why not slave men, by the way? Why only your girls? Because there's nothing about educating slave men. Oh, yeah, because they're being prepared for marriage as a free Muslim woman. But the idea that he likes to press on is that no one imagined educating slaves back then when there were masses of educated slaves all over the place in the Roman Empire and had been for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. In fact, there were people. Do you know who Calixtus the First is? No, he doesn't. Okay, Calixtus I was a pope who had formerly been a slave, became very educated as a slave, eventually was freed, became the pope. Onesimus became a bishop of Ephesus. We have other examples, many examples of people who remained slaves, who were educated, and people who had previously been slaves, who even became kings in history, and long before Christianity too. I mean, Sargon of Akkad was a cupbearer and was enslaved. A cupbearer is a slave position before he overthrew his master and became king. Then, obviously, he was educated, being in the royal court as a slave. Very odd to say no one at that time would think about educating slaves, even though that is absolutely not what's in view here. It's about preparing enslaved, disbelieving women to accept Islam, and in return for that, get their freedom as married women.
Okay, let's move on quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's definitely try to get a few more of these questions before Nadir has to go. So just his last point, you don't have to respond to this. He says, if education is good manners, is not Sharia, then you have to admit that Sharia is man-made. Which, whoops. Okay, that's not actually the one I wanted to click on, but another comment, the reliance of travel is Sharia. But this is what I actually wanted to ask you, which is, what is Islamic law then? Isn't it the Sharia? Isn't reliance of the travel or Sharia itself? Because when we quoted one of the most famous Sharia manuals, right? You said that that's just commentary. You also said that Sharia is great. So what is Sharia if it's not the fiqh found in Sharia manuals?
Yeah. See, what all of the scholars agree upon is when we talk about what is Sharia law, it is all based upon the Quran, the Hadith, the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, many books were written afterwards, hundreds, maybe thousands of years afterwards. Simply quoting from those books is not an evidence of anything. Okay, evidence. Well, if you study Islamic Sharia law, if you've even picked up a book, you will see evidence in Islam. What is Sharia law? Is Qala Allah, what Allah said. Qala Rasul, what His Messenger has said. Everything else is subject to error. As I quoted Dr. Hasim al-Hakim, he said, look, all the four schools of thought agreed on that you should only wear leather socks to wipe over. But I say no. Is that okay? Yes. Why? Because it's not in agreement with our scriptures. And that is what Islamic Sharia law is. And what happened is Mary got chased out of the scriptures and started quoting commentaries.
Well, I didn't quite understand your answer, so let me see if I got it right. What you're saying is that Sharia is the correct interpretation of the scriptures, and anything that isn't directly from scriptures can't be part of proper Sharia. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I was saying, it cannot be used as if there's some. Let me back up. I'm saying what can be used as evidence, what can be defined as evidence is
right, but that's not the question. The question is, what is Sharia?
Sharia law. Okay, yeah. In Sharia law, laws are created. A lot of that could be based on interpretation. A lot of that could be wrong. All the scholars of Islam accept this, that what you see codified in terms of people's like Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, we have many different schools of thought. They all contradict each other. They all could be hypothetically be wrong. So, there is room for error when it comes to these books of laws. Yes.
So I want to point out that he keeps referring to a modernist who rejects any and all ahadith as his source for authority. Meanwhile, would you please share my screen? I just want to talk about authority. A mistake is only possible with respect to an ijtihad of Oh my goodness, I have a very hard time of a single individual. That means reasoning, using your reason to address new situations. For example, Asim and his ruling on socks could be considered legal reasoning of that sort, right? However, the ijtihad of the ummah is infallible and does not contain a mistake. This is exactly like the ijtihad and the qisas of God's messenger, such that is not permitted to diverge from from it due to his infallibility. The infallibility of the ummah is exactly the same. So he is mistaken in that if you have consensus
Mhm.
Now, Hashemi denies consensus, but Nadir is citing Hashemi as his source. But on the other hand, brand new, like, PhD candidate, right, has no standing in any Islamic system, but wants to reform Islam away from all the evil, filthy things that it used to do, because he says that's not what the Quran actually means, and everybody's been interpreting it wrong all this time. So if Nadir wants to say that everyone's been interpreting the Quran wrong all this time, and all the scholars are wrong, it's very odd that in
I'm
his
not saying
opening
that.
statement, he cited Sharia law as the source for the definition of what makes Islamic slavery. He keeps trying to have his cake and eat it too, because again, Nadir is in a religion of one. He wants to be with the modernists whenever it suits him, but he wants to pretend like he cares about what the ancients thought and what his supposed scholars thought. So he's here takfiring all the scholars and their opinions while saying that, no, I agree with them. There you go.
Okay.
All right. Couple more highlighted questions, and then I'll let Nadir, well, obviously Nadir can leave at any time. He is, he's not subject to my whims. But anyway, Kasiki says, Nadir, do you support eugenics? Calling people to have mental deficiency sounds like eugenics.
So, what I believe is Christians, they struggle from understanding what is an interpretation versus what is fact. And facts don't have value in their belief system. The interpretations do. And so that's why you'll see a lot of comments coming, oh, Nadir, you're just giving your interpretation. You're just giving your interpretation. When in fact, I'm actually giving facts to people because they don't have that ability to decipher between the two. And I think Christianity preys upon this defect in people's brains. And a lot of people have it. A lot of Muslims might have it as well. I think that one of the reasons why I've chosen Islam is because I identify facts a lot better than Christians do. So I believe that one of the reasons why I'm a Muslim and you're a Christian, I think is 99% biological. Now, these are my own personal views. I could be wrong about that.
I think that the reason that Nadir is a Muslim is because he's in a Western country and he won't get his head chopped off for expressing kufr by rejecting the ijma of the scholars as he would if he were in a truly Islamic state that was run according to the Sharia that he appeals to and also simultaneously denies. So that's only my opinion.
All right. So I put up a poll: who has struggled to define interpretation. Nadir, Mary, myself, or no one. We've all gotten it right. Let's see. Also from Kasiki. Nadir, you mentioned education. Then for what reason did Islam reject the printing press as a form of technology to spread education?
Well, just to go very quickly to Mary said I'm rejecting ijma. I'm not rejecting any ijma. Actually, the ijma is an agreement. There's ijma that quoting Ibn Omar and individuals doing some wrong actions. This is not evidence. That's the ijma. Okay, so actually, she was the one going against the ijma. But the issue here about the individual actions of Muslims, that doesn't that should not reflect on the teachings of the religion of Islam. The religion of Islam, again, is defined as the Quran, the Hadith, the Sirah, and people may have, even Christians themselves have engaged in some kind of really bad activities, but does that reflect on Christianity? No, it shouldn't, and so it shouldn't reflect on Islam as well.
All right. That didn't really answer the question about the printing press, but I think you're saying that it was bad for Muslims to reject it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's not the same.
And yeah. So Professor Yafel says, I completely missed the strong, clear evidence that Muslim slaves in the 7th or 8th century got a high quality education. Could you show it again, please? And I think Nadir did admit that that evidence doesn't exist, correct?
Well, I think the actual teaching does exist, but as far as how much of it was actually implemented, we don't know. We just don't have that information. So we do have a clear hadith where Prophet Muhammad said for the slave girls to give them the best education. Yes.
Following on from earlier, Christ of Salvation said, Nadir did answer, is reliance to the travel of Sharia or not? So is Reliance of the Traveler, a Sharia manual?
It's not authoritative. That's what I would say. It's one of the many books on Sharia. If you look at all the four schools of thought, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, all these schools of thought, and there are actually more than that, they all contradict, they all conflict, they all disagree. So the issue here, I mean, what I'm exposing, what I was trying to expose here tonight, I don't have a problem with going to the Reliance of the Traveler. I don't have a problem with going to commentaries, but it can be used dishonestly and deceptively, meaning if you are going to these books because you could not make your case from the Quran, the Hadith, the Sirah, or what are the primary sources of Islam, and you know you're done there, well, let me go quote. If you're going to these books because of that reason, that's deception. That's the deception Mary was doing tonight.
So
Yeah.
Nadir was quoting his feelings about what he thought something might mean. Now, I went and grabbed just one book of fiqh. I could have grabbed any of them. They all say pretty much the same thing about reasons that women should be permitted by their husbands, or can be permitted by their husbands, to leave home. And I am using my ijtihad to reason that a slave girl would not be permitted to leave the house, or should not be permitted to leave the house, rather, for reasons that a wife would not be permitted to leave the house, or is not a legitimate reason for a wife leaving the house. There are comprehensive lists of why wives should leave the house in all the schools of ijma. None of them say to pursue education to become a physician. They all do talk about to learn Islamic law, and to learn the Quran or something like that. I just use one example. Now, he went on supposition and on wild guesses and on just wild assertions that, it means they get sent to Harvard and Yale, and admits that he doesn't have a single example of anything like this happening. Whereas I can use logical deduction from an actual real source.
Interpretation.
An actual real source with my knuckle, or with my akal, excuse me, not Nadir's personal knuckle, which is only his own little thing that he exists only in his world. That because wives are allowed to leave for a particular type of education, that would be the same type of education that slaves would be allowed to leave for, and slave women would be allowed to leave for, and I'm fine with that. Nadir never addressed the fact that there's no corresponding text about educating slave men. And why is that? What was the purpose for the education that was unique to these slave women with whom you are having intercourse, that does not exist in reference to slave men?
All right. One more highlighted comment, and then I want to take at least one more after that because it's very pointed. Crisis of Aisha says, about that moon on the lap of that woman, why wouldn't it mean she was pregnant with the man she was married to? And I can see why you would say that. You see a moon, you could definitely interpret that as being pregnant, since your belly gets big when you are pregnant.
Well, the text actually does explicitly state that it was that the moon was a reference to Muhammad. So that's not being interpreted in there. The text does say that, and that's what Safiya told Muhammad. And so because this destroys Mary's argument that this is all rape, she decided to reject this of Ibn Ishaq. But I want to also point out to you that, there's about, I don't know, maybe 7 million Muslims here in America. They all go to public school. They all leave their house for education. And no scholar has ever questioned that. So we have ijma on that.
That's daughters.
Well, I wouldn't say no scholar. There definitely have been some who question it.
Yes, there have been a number.
So let's not exaggerate. There have definitely been fatwas against the West for allowing mixed education.
I'm not aware of any.
In this silly story, by the way, supposedly Kinana says, Muhammad is the king of the Hijaz. I mean, how more obviously fabricated can you get? That she tells her husband the story, and he goes, that means that the king of the Hijaz, who is Muhammad. I mean, at this time, Muhammad controlled Medina, right? One city. And so he's going, it's about this king of the Hijaz. Yeah, it's a very transparently fabricated story. Where
Mary, that's your own interpretation. Okay, we've got your interpretation.
This is the king of Hijaz. I'm glad that Allah gave him infallible interpretation of dreams, though. Very convenient for this silly story.
All right. So, Nadir's welcome to stay on afterwards, but this will be the last question that I ask him to answer, and then I have like some super chats that are just comments and whatnot to read. This is from 100. What does Nadir? So he gave me two options. I'll be the more nice one. What does Nadir think about having a competitive debate with someone his prophet said is deficient in intelligence?
Well, this is all off topic. I don't think we need to go there. So what I would end in saying is, look, we've seen what Islam has said about Islam and slavery, and I look forward to the same type of discussion on the Bible and slavery. I believe we're going to do that later on. And so I think if this is the last question, I'm going to get going here.
Yeah. Well, I would just have one comment that I want to read before you logged off from Huck. Says, hope you will be biologically defective soon. And I share that sentiment that we hope you will see the errors of your way and come to the truth of Christianity, where Christ provides salvation for anyone, no matter how much of an opponent they were to Christianity before they came to the truth.
Well, what I would just say to that very quickly is the issue of slave beating in the Bible automatically disproves it, because it opens up the door for their torture. And the Bible inside 1 Peter 2:18 says you will submit to the harsh slave master, no limits given. And it actually said slavery is your calling in life. That automatically disproves your religion, because these are teachings which can easily be shown to be lies and misrepresentation. And what's actually happening here is he's grooming the victim to meet the needs of the evil slave master. So we'll continue that discussion, and I hope you will leave your false religion and come to the saving light of Islam, as we have seen in tonight's discussion. So I gotta get going.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much.
It's only fair that you call us to Islam when we're calling you to slavery.
Yep.
It's quite striking that he needs to lie about Islam to be able to make it look like, oh, Christianity is different and from this in this specific way, because it specifically says that the double reward also goes to the one who obeys his master. There's no limits on that. It also says that the runaway slave, his prayers are not answered by Allah. Period. Doesn't say why he ran away. In fact, your buddy Ibn Umar was quite well known for his abuse of slaves, and so slaves kept running away from him. And yet, even with regards to him, his slaves, he prays to Allah, oh, Allah, please save me from this evil master who's torturing me, and I have run away from him. No, he gets caught and dragged back. And the whole time he was there, Allah would not listen to him, because Allah hates slaves who run away so much.
All right. On that point, I got to get going, guys. Thank you so much.
Yep, we are going to let Nadir go. Thank you for being on. Thank you for respectful conversation for the most part. Well, at least not angry, right? You did call us names a number of times.
Constantly.
but so respectful might not be the right word, but a polite conversation, a friendly conversation with some, good-hearted jesting about how we are biologically defective and whatnot. Right. Professor Yaffa says discussion on slavery in Christianity next, please. And we will definitely have that discussion with Nadir at a future date. It'll be a few weeks.
It will be like next month, late next month. I have
right now. I'm scheduled up the next couple of weeks, and then I have a conference after that, so it'll be a little while. But
I have stuff coming out of my ears right now, just with family obligations. So
but we'll definitely do that, because
I skipped something to be here with you, Nadir, by the way. So
I appreciate that.
I skipped something with my husband and family, but I'm going to be rejoining them shortly.
Okay. I don't want to get you in trouble
Thank you, Nadir. I'm going to read a couple more comments.
My husband won't beat me, so I'm okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bye, guys.
And sign off. And thank you for being here. All right. So we do have a few super chats and a few other comments or questions that I would have liked to pose, but I mean,
I had so much more material. I could do this for 5 hours of stuff. I haven't even touched yet, guys.
Right. In fairness to Nadir, we are approaching 3.5 hours, and he does like to keep it to 2 to 3 hours. So he's not running away. I won't make his accusation against him or anything like that. So first, a super chat from Jean-Michel.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
I think that the super sticker says it all in response to Gufti Mink. Nope. Nope. Not giving anything to your ministry. Thank you for that donation.
So, yeah, I found it extremely funny that he explicitly said that it is not chattel slavery if certain things were fulfilled. And I immediately scrolled to, I actually have more examples of things that are allowed in Islam and were not allowed in chattel slavery. I have specific things about chattel slavery. Let's see. The overburdening of a slave. We have the example of Safina, who was forced, you're not supposed to overburden animals either. So again, animals are like slaves. Safina was named because everyone was throwing all of their shields on them because they were too tired to carry them. So the slave was made to carry them all. Definitely not overburdened. So what are the duties of a slave? This is like an account of what would happen to slaves whenever they were captured, and all the absolutely hideous things. It is large enough that people can read it on desktop if you want to come back later and read it. And so this apparently did not violate the duties to slaves. So this put a big smiley face on these sorts of things. Main punishment. We have the definition of that. How if disbelieving slaves are murdered, there's no corresponding punishment. If believing slaves are murdered, here are the different traditions that they are generally not. Only Hanifa said that a freedman is killed for killing a slave, except if that slave belongs to him. Then you can murder slaves. And then there are all kinds of sources on this. But here's the interesting thing: if that makes them not, if compared to chattel slavery in Georgia, you absolutely were killed for killing a slave. And this was down in British Virgin Islands and and here's penal code in Georgia. Got examples of being for testimony, being for giving something away, and he wasn't freed for that. Runaway slaves. Can't pray. Big smiley face on doing anything you want for slaves because a slave can't run away. All of these sorts of things about returning slaves who run away. We have Sophia's stuff. Rehana's. I didn't even get into the war for the blonde girls. There are other examples where Muslims went to war specifically to take attractive Greek women. The time that Muhammad forbade people from freeing slaves so that his heirs would have them. So it's good to free slaves. It's even better to leave an inheritance to the people who follow you. I talked about Abu Dhar, the goofy guy, and our supposedly trustworthy dude who was 120 years old. Talking about Ibn Umar, and this was his slave who ran away, and his hand was chopped off, by the way, because he had stolen something while he was a runaway slave, because he had to. However, one time he did free a slave because he had mutilated the slave. He was such a harsh slave master that his slaves would run away. And this is one time the mutilated slave felt sorry for him because he wasn't supposed to mutilate a slave and beat him for things that he wasn't guilty for. And so he freed him. This was one, by the way, that Nadir wanted to appeal to in his thing, even as he says, oh, you shouldn't listen to what Ibn Umar does. So apparently you shouldn't listen to him freeing a slave, right?
So let's pause there for a second and read another super chat. If you could, I have like 8 of them I have to read. So if you could, pause periodically. So also from Jean Michel.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa'ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
The comment was Takia, and I would have to say that video there from Sheikh Haytham is definitely some taqiyya about how you'll get some great rewards from Allah if you donate. Welcome to the chat, Dr. Zakir Naik.
Brothers and sisters.
Yep. Hello. Hello again.
Brother makes a good point. Brother makes a
Hello
good
again,
point.
Francis.
Hello,
Amazing.
hello,
Yep.
hello. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, Mary and Thaddeus, for this very good discussion, quote unquote. Nadir couldn't engage in the answer if the reliance of the traveler is Sharia or not. I mean,
Well,
he had to go to tantrums. No, it's a school of thought, which other school of thoughts have, and there are a lot of school of thoughts, and there is, I mean, is
yeah.
it or not?
I still love the fact that he thought that he wasn't paying attention to what I was quoting, and he thought I was quoting Ibn Umar groping slaves whenever I was quoting the normal clothing of slaves, and how
Yeah.
Ibn Umar was reprimanded for letting his slaves wear clothing. He's like, you shouldn't do what Ibn Umar does, and I'm like, okay, then you definitely shouldn't allow your slave women to cover up, right? And the funny thing is that Ali had done very similar things also. He had exposed even her thighs, because the official stance is that you can look at things that you otherwise can't look at. Like in a wife, before you're going to marry her, you can look at her face, right? And a slave girl, before you buy her, you can look at her thighs,
Yeah.
which the aura of a slave girl is only between the knee and the navel, but you can look at that too. And Ali's example shows that he also did that. So he like he was trying to discredit someone and hurt himself, because he wasn't paying attention to what I was actually quoting at that second.
So many examples were about slavery in Islam.
Well, he never wanted to bring up the example of slave women getting beaten for
Fornication.
zina, because this is the actual example.
Yeah.
So a slave woman belonging to Muhammad committed fornication. He ordered me to beat her, but she had recently given birth, and I was afraid that if I beat her, I might kill her. So this is how severely this beating was to be. And he said, "Oh, you've done well." So later on, he beat her half, and then he was afraid that she would until she started to bleed too much, and then he stopped, and then he beat her the other half. That's what other ones say about it. Did not like quoting that. Also, did not want to bring up the flogging slaves 40 lashes for slander. You should only flog a slave. A slander is saying something negative about you. So if your slave says something negative about you, it doesn't have to be untrue, by the way, for it to be Islamic slander. If your slave says something negative about you, you can flog your slave 40 lashes. Awesome.
How about the other thing that the woman who was, I don't know, a slave of someone, and she was making fun of Muhammad, and that guy just killed her because she just made fun of Muhammad?
Yeah, and that was okay too, but that was because it was Muhammad, not because she was a slave. He ordered plenty of free people to be killed for insulting him too. But yes.
But it's still a slave. I mean, it's how is it that you see what he said on the previous video with your brother in Christ, yeah? He said that people go into Europe, but where are they going from? Where are they fleeing from and going to Europe? From Sharia established countries.
Yep.
I mean, if Sharia was so great, why do you leave that country?
Unfortunately, I did not have a chance to ask him, as I will next time. I also forgot to say Hail Muhammad, because
oh man, I can't believe you.
I actually forgot because I was so focused. This was like Christmas to me. I could barely sleep last night. I was so happy about this. So I did not actually ask him that since Sharia law prevailed for well over 1,000 years in many parts of the country, where it was that slavery was so popular that people came to sign up. Because first he said, oh, it's better than murdering everyone after you conquer their land. And then later he said, if there was a website for Islamic slavery, then so many people would sign up that it would crash. It would crash because so many people would want to be Islamic slaves. Like, really? Really? So Islamic slavery existed for more than 1,000 years. Where is the instance of tons of people signing up for Islamic slavery?
It's like
So,
he lives in his own imaginary place, you know. Like
yep.
we don't know the reality, like we don't know it, like we don't see that under Sharia women have to wear hijabs. I mean burqas, not hijabs. Yeah, burqas, full face. Also, if they are going out of the house, they have always to have someone with them, a man with them, either if it's a male boy or a man with them.
So Protestant believer, I didn't bring that one up because Nadir constantly went back and forth. He would say that there is, there's only the marriage, and then he's like, oh, but it's consensual between the slaves. So if you called him out on the fact that there was sex with slaves, he would declare, oh, that was consensual sex with slaves. And then he'd use another point saying, no, you can't have sex with slaves, and he kept going back and forth. So it's kind of pointless to put that because he would be like, I have never denied that you can have sex with those that you.
The fact that you had to make it so graphic, and he said, "Oh, you watch too much porn." She had to make it so graphic so that you will freaking understand what you are talking about.
Right. I was trying to force him to engage on the point, because what he was saying is that at that moment, Juwaira and Rehana and Safia all wanted to have intercourse with him. They wanted sex with Muhammad. That was his argument. I don't think any person even begins to believe that that's true. And there's a funny time whenever Ali went and took a slave that he liked out of the part of the booty that was supposed to go to Muhammad and had sex with her. And Muhammad just let him get away with it. He didn't even have a right to have sex with her. Therefore, that was zina as well as being rape. Here's where it gets really interesting. Here's the problem. There are two reasons that Buraida was angry. First, he took it from what belonged to Muhammad, so it was illegitimate. Second, he had sex with a slave girl without a menstrual period. Well, here's the reason why the menstrual period doesn't matter. Because there was no confusion of paternity because she wasn't pubescent yet. So really the only thing he cared about was hummus.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
On that note, I want to say goodbye to 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡. He said, "Goodbye, slave people." Interesting.
Yeah,
interesting
he would love to have
that
us and have intercourse with us. Yes, I know.
I don't know how much he watched, but I know that he at least popped in a few times for various amounts. While Nadir is over there saying that, oh no, we definitely don't put people in slavery by capturing them. That's totally not what Islam is all about. You have 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡 saying, you guys, you're supposed to be our slaves. So I'm saying bye to you now. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. I'm going to take a super chat from Kanisindo Al Islam.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
I mean, does it get any more prosperity gospel preaching than that? And reap as much as you can so you can get more reward. Anyway, Kanisindo Al Islam says, I'm really sorry, guys. I don't want to be rude, but this is so funny because, as always, Nadir is acting as a child. He doesn't like your evidence. Our evidence, anything we cite, is interpretation. When Nadir goes to a hadith and gives his interpretation of it, sometimes quite wacky quacky, I should say, in comparison to the text, that's just pure facts.
And actually, the hadiths that he cited, a couple of them didn't have even Sahih on them. Only one had Sahih on them. Only one.
Well, he's going to say he's citing Ibn Ashaq, so he obviously doesn't care about the grading.
Yeah, he cites whatever he wants to cite. Yeah, and by the way, whenever a slave did the same thing that Ali did, the slave was punished, but when Ali did it, it was fine, because that's how Muhammad's sunnah actually works. It's fitted to the occasion. And here is a difference in Georgia Penal Code specifically talk about consent. So in 1833, it doesn't say anything about race or free or not free, period. And as things got worse, conditions actually got worse for slaves over time. By 1861, the new law did criminalize raping a slave woman, but then explicitly set the consequences as less severe than if you raped a free woman. So quite interesting that there is no concept of consent whenever your right hand possesses someone in Islam, but the Georgia Penal Codes, which is chattel slavery, guys, this is chattel slavery, but Islam somehow isn't, has better standards than this does. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's why people from Western countries go to all the Sharia governed countries by the thousands. That's what we see, you know.
Right, we crashed their website. We all want to go there because it's beautiful, beautiful Sharia. We all want to go there. And yes, I thought that I just had to tell him that. My husband won't be me. I had to give him that.
Oh my goodness.
My
Oh my
husband is
goodness.
not angry with me. Yeah, and this was another one that he relied on last time that I was going to pull up. So he had Abu Masood, who freed a slave after beating him, that he liked to cite, had actually previously sworn that he wouldn't beat him again, and then he broke his oath. That's why it's in the Book of Oaths. So we talked about face slapping before. Oh, yeah, here's what slave girl would often wear in these areas. Nothing on the top, and just a loincloth. Her knees technically should be covered, but often they just weren't. So, and we have actual video of people flapping around at slave girls' naked bodies in the 1960s still. Wow, amazing. Oh, by the way, this is by a Muslim. Don't be fooled by his name. Yes, the British were first to make slavery illegal, and they did it on the basis of how they understood the Christian text to be. So the agreement of many people is what the Christian text said that you can and can't do, and that slavery as it existed was outside of what the Christian text could do. And so many people believed this that they outlawed slavery. Now, they never outlawed any type of slavery in Islam except at the pressure of Western states who said that you shouldn't do this. And here's the coitus interruptus example, for example. And the founder of modern Saudi Arabia, which distributed slave girls as rewards. Just hand them out. So, yeah, I was asking him about, there's also the point that mukatab is a person who is what we might call an indentured servant. So then, if you're a mukatab, what you have is a written agreement that you see the KTB root there for writing. You have a written agreement such that, well, hopefully written, sometimes it was just verbal. But anyway, you had a written agreement that you would work for a certain amount, you get paid food, clothing, shelter, and a little bit of income until you could buy your own freedom. And they had to free you after you had earned enough, and it was an agreement for a certain amount of term, and then you'd be freed. So it's like indentured servitude. So this existed in the pre-Islamic period and was quite common. It became much, much less common with Islam. Islam, rather than raising the level of slaves, created many more who are not mukatab, but rather they're in the abid category, right? They're in the plain slave category, not the category of someone who is an indentured servant with a set time, essentially. So, yeah, William Wilberforce was awesome, absolutely awesome. There's also the fact that when you are freed in Islamic Sharia, you are not actually entirely free. You still owed an obligation to your former master for the rest of your life. And what this obligation was depended. So you could not just like take off and do whatever you wanted. You had obligation, he had control, he had guardianship of you. Like a lot of times the version of Mawla that refers to the patron is translated as a guardian or something like that. So even when you were free under Islam, you weren't free. So
take a quick pause. Yeah, take a pause here for another one of these super chats. This one is from Daniel Alvarez.
early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
So Daniel says, Nadir appeared to Dr. Hashimi, who got wrecked by Daniel Hakikaju in the recent debate.
Yeah, well,
I have not
Hashimi,
seen that debate.
yeah, I've seen very small parts of it. I actually just clipped some of these because it was easier than looking them up from their original sources. But and I've read Al-Tabari's history wherever Eve was cursed whenever she picked the fruit. She made the tree bleed, and then he said, "Oh, because you've done that, now you're going to believe, and you used to be wise, and now you're going to be stupid." So yes, Hashemi was. Uh, in places, Daniel absolutely wrecked him. In other places, Daniel just didn't know to go the tafsir sometimes when he should. Like, you just sit there and you want to scream at him. I'm like, just open the tafsir. He's misinterpreting this. But Hashemi's problem is that he wants to believe in Quran, but he wants to add words where he wants to add words, and take certain things where he wants to take certain things, and not take certain things where he wants to take certain things. And it's really funny because he actually rejects a hadith and sunnah. He explicitly rejects them. And instead, you should use your moral reason to determine what the Quran must mean, because it's only through moral reason, because the Quran comes from Allah and moral reason comes from Allah. And only if, and so therefore, whatever fits moral reason will be what the Quran really means, is what he does. And it's just a ridiculous way of
It's a slippery slope.
yeah, well, it's just it's a ridiculous way of interpretation. It's like it means whatever I mean it to mean. Even whenever he
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a slippery slope, bro.
he was
Because
adding words like, oh, by moral reason, there's a verse in the Quran that says that Allah has instilled in you the knowledge of good and the corrupt, or something like that. And it doesn't say that. It actually says he has put inside of you your portion of purity and corruption. Allah has instilled in you, inspired your corruption in you, not given you a knowledge of it, but he has inspired your corruption is inspired by Allah.
And also
and then
there's
it
a
tells,
hadith.
yeah, and
There's
then
a
the next
hadith
verse,
of Muhammad that says Allah has put a portion of adultery in every man. So
yeah, well, he would reject that entirely, but here he's adding words to Quran, because the very next verse in context says that those who are victorious will purify themselves. So they have in their soul corruption that Allah has put there, and it's supposedly your job now to get rid of the corruption that Allah has put inside your soul, in context. But
so you have to kill people. That's how you get rid of the corruption.
Sure.
Apparently, you wage war in the path of jihad.
Yeah, there is no other way, you know. That's the only way.
Let's get back on topic here, but first from Cheeky, he said, Allah, got any cash, brother? And I was saving that. I was saving that until we got the give alone from Allah comment. I'm also going to end. Yeah, I'm going to end the poll as well, since Nadir's no longer here. I think we might start getting deceptive or changing the percents, since people will no longer know what this is in reference to, because the percent was a bit higher earlier, but did end with 83% that Nadir struggled to find interpretation. I think it was as high as like 89 earlier. And then behind that was no one, right? That everyone understood just fine. And I think that's a fair answer, because I think Nadir does know what interpretation means. He just lies. Yeah, exactly. And then Mary 4% and myself 2%.
You see, I find it funny that when you present him, for example, the hadith that says it's okay to beat a slave, or it's okay to have slaves and stuff like that, and he says, but you have a defection in your brain. I mean,
yeah,
I can defend anything like that. Ask me a question, Mary. Ask me a question. Any question.
I don't even know. It's
just ask me a question, please.
So,
ask me a question.
Yeah, explain why it is that you are supposed to send your female slaves to be educated at the best universities in the world, but not your male slaves. Only a
You
female
have
slave.
defection in your brain. You don't understand it.
Excellent. That must be it. And
That
he
must
totally
be
does. So, and he also wanted to make the point that, we educate slave girls, right? But here's the thing. It only says females.
Yeah.
A slave with whom you are having intercourse, it's good for you then to teach her manners and education in Islam so that you can free her and marry her as a Muslim woman, right?
Exactly.
But women overall are foolish, and that women can never manage their own money because they're considered that category of foolish, right? So the fools are the women. So even whenever they've reached physical maturity, they are not intellectually mature. This is actually what the Quran says, even though hilariously Hashemi wants to say it doesn't mean that. Doesn't mean that because I don't want it to mean that, even though that's what everybody says it means. It doesn't mean that. Whenever it's talking about the foolish, it doesn't mean the women. But
and I will
we're educating
interject.
only the foolish and the stupid people, right?
I'll inject the spirit of Allah. Allah. Well, he might as well be his own Allah, but I meant to say Nadir. Interject the spirit of Nadir here from Sonique. Irrelevant! Irrelevant! What you're saying is irrelevant to the topic.
And it's funny because Nadir missed a major point about what makes someone a chattel slave, is that you can't own your own property. And there's a very good example of this in the Ahadith, that a guy's slave stole a mirror from him. And Umar said, what are you talking about? I can't punish him for stealing a mirror from you. He's your slave. If he has your mirror, you still own your mirror because you own all of his stuff. Whereas whenever Ibn Umar's slave ran away and then stole something, he stole something other than something that belonged to his own owner. So his hand was cut off because it was actually theft. And we have another example here. If a slave who has wealth is sold, that wealth belongs to the seller unless the buyer stipulates its inclusion. So if you sell your slave, his money, that whatever he has, unless he's mukatab, that stays with you because you own everything that he owns. Well, that's part of chattel slavery, which is funny. And there's also something funny about whether or not women can have intercourse with those their right hands possess. And one woman actually did it, and Umar was absolutely outraged and was like, I would have you stoned except that you did this out of ignorance. Very funny. And what's even crazier is if a man is married to a female slave belonging to someone else and then he purchases her, his purchase cancels out the marriage and he has sex with her by right of ownership. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And this is an entire explanation of milk and the idea of dominion, and you're the owner, the malik, etc., etc. And what is licit and what is illicit according to these things. So no one in early Islam, in fact, marriage and concubine or having intercourse with your slave was equated. But that was to the detriment of marriage, not raising the position of everyone else. That's pretty much the end of my slides. I had a couple of bonus ones in here just to grab him. For example, the
Excellent.
one about consensus.
So let me get another one of these super chats. There's only 2 left, so we're doing good on that. Jesus Bot said, is it not haram to give loans in Islam? In reference to the last one, right? You can't charge interest. That doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't give a loan. And thankfully, Islamic scholars have come up with ways to have the exact same financial implications as interest, which are not interest. You just charge fees. If you need to buy a car for $10,000 and you don't have $10,000, they say, no problem, I'll sell you that car for $15,000 and you can pay me back over time. Same idea as charging interest, that kind of thing. But Carol B says, I think I need a loan.
Sir, how can we contribute financially for your organization? They get in touch with me. And very easy, people know where I am. And once they get in touch with me to contribute without causing problem, to contribute in big amounts. And many people call me for lunch and for dinner and for meal, and for every meal they give big amounts, alhamdulillah. So those who really want to contribute, they come and meet me.
I don't know if Allah will be giving you that loan, but maybe if you contact 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡, he can give you some of his vast fortune when the Indian authorities seized his assets because he was under criminal investigation and fled the country. There was news stories about how he had something, I forget the exact number, so don't quote me on this, but this is in the vicinity. He had something like 70 different properties purchased under the name of his Dawa organization, which were mostly homes of relatives. So I think he's doing just fine, and maybe he can give you a loan.
Well, he's also funding terror cells, so that costs money.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe he's not keeping it for himself.
And see, here's the funny thing: if he had brought up the higher status of women who had children, I would have brought up the fact that this was only the Sunnah of Umar, and this is a rule for Sunnis, and Shias do not follow this because Umar made it up himself with no prior authorization and no previous pattern. So this is contra the Sunnah of Muhammad, but the Sunnah of Umar is modifying the Sunnah of Muhammad.
And Carol says, I'm not sure I want to be part of his, meaning 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡's money laundering scheme. And that's actually the primary thing he was under investigation for. He'll say that he was accused of terrorism, which was like one of the 50 charges that they had against him. Most of them were fraud and money laundering charges. Interestingly enough, from, this height of morality.
He brought a hadith about the Muslims having Muslim slaves. Okay, those are the ones that should wear similar clothing with the Muslim slave owners, the Muslim slaves.
Yeah, but not even.
He never says about non-Muslim slaves and how they are being treated.
Yeah, that isn't even. You're correct. There is no obligation whatsoever.
Exactly.
To clothe non-Muslim slaves.
Exactly. They could
feed them or
to
do any of these things. These are all implied as being requirements for Muslim slaves, because non-Muslim slaves are, they're
by definition they're kuffar, so
and so they can be killed. So
yeah, so who cares what happens to them?
So sorry, I got to read this. What's intended to be an insult, which is actually a compliment from White. He says, "Too many Marys. You do have a childlike spirit. I can attest to that. And having a childlike spirit is a great thing, Wad. She doesn't have a child's mind, but she does have a child's spirit in that she enjoys life and whatnot. And additionally, Jesus told us to be more like children. So
it's kind of a shame that Jawad has gone from the early Islamic approach of love Sharia and trying to love bomb me and tell me how attractive I am, to the other approach that Muslims take with women, which is denigrating them and insulting them. I've told you guys before, it's the hog-nosed snake religion, where you're all like, first you roll over and say that, oh, I'm sweet, I'm kind, I'm docile, and then you're like, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, and then they're like, oh, I'm sweet, I'm kind, I'm docile, oh, please be nice to me, I'm going to kill you and insult you, and I bite my thumb at you. Ah! It's that religion of the hog-nosed snake.
Exactly. So you want to get through those last few slides and then we'll wrap up.
Oh, I have nothing here. I'm just putting them on as background. I had actually pulled these out for you and not for this debate at all. I just find them amusing.
Okay, very good, very good. So we'll close out here in a couple minutes. One last super chat, this one from Professor Yaffel.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward. Reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
So Ollie Dimwit says, wise investing, Professor Yaffel, which is very appropriate for your super chat. I just want more points. So you invested £4 and you got 1,000 points out of it. So wise investing there.
Yep.
So I did want to bring up this comment. Like there's one or two comments from the audience. I did have a number of more questions,
Oh,
but
would you play the video since I had you clip it? We will show you a slave market in 1964, I believe, and this is what is the procedure in buying a slave.
Yeah, good suggestion there. So give me 1 second to pull that up. We had this, or I shouldn't really say we. Mary had this clip ready to go in case we needed it. We didn't actually end up playing it, but we'll play it now. So this is from a documentary. You'll see that the image is relatively low quality because it was on TV years ago when resolution was very low, but it's from a credible news agency. It's not just like, whoops, and I forgot to share audio, so I got to do it again. It's not like, just something that Islamophobes made or something like that.
We are kufar. We are always Islamophobes. Why don't you know it?
Well, yeah, of course. All right.
At last we find what we have been searching for 6 months along the Persian Gulf. An open market in human beings. This one takes place in the courtyard of an old fort. 3 men and 3 women are on sale, all Africans. They appear resigned to their fate.
You can see that they are examining the slaves more or less naked so that they can get a good idea of what their bodies offer to the buyer.
Alhamdulillah.
You can
Alhamdulillah.
you can see a potential buyer there, kind of patting them down, feeling up, not in a sexual way, but feeling the slaves to get an idea of what he might be buying today.
Yeah, it's like buying fruits or vegetables,
Mm-hmm.
Or how to say, a bed. When you are buying a bed, you sit on it, you see if it's comfortable for you, if you can sleep on it, and then if it is, the mattress, if it is good, then it's fine. You can buy it. If it's not, then you go to the next one. That's how it is.
Exactly.
𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡, slavery was abolished in the United States long before there was any ability to take a movie of it. You cannot get a moving picture of slavery because it was abolished way too long ago. Now, of
this
course,
is funny.
it was abolished.
This is really funny because he says you can show slavery in the USA in early 1863. Also, we're talking about 1960s, not 1860s. You're off by 100 years with your little also comment there, 𝙧𝙚𝙖.
It's funny. It's funny. Let me tell you something. When the British Empire started going against the transatlantic slavery, based on Genesis, that God made man male and female in His own image. Yeah, the most wars that British Empire had was against Ottoman Empire on slave trade. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. Most people spilled their free blood just to protect the people that were slaves at that time, under Ottoman Empire. And now you have this guy saying, "Oh, where is the video of slave trade in of slavery in USA?" I mean, are you kidding me, man? I mean, when that started, it was like 1600s, 1700s.
Yeah, and the thing was, Christianity had previously outlawed slavery, and slavery slipped in like slowly, piece by piece. It didn't just become, oh, here's chattel slavery, here it is, it's full form. What happened was the original folks who were enslaved were treated under the laws of indentured servitude, which had still existed, where you had a limited term, et cetera, et cetera. But then when their terms expired, they weren't let go because they weren't citizens. and they didn't have a legal recourse in the courts. And there was actually a legal decision of 1880 that said, oh, well, since you're not citizens, you don't have standing. And so you can't ask to be let out. So weirdly, slavery in under British law occurred. It really occurred because people wanted to own other people for their own benefit. It did not become like this full-fledged thing at one time. And also, the conditions of slaves got worse and worse and worse in the United States as the conditions of indentured servants got much better and better, and indentured servitude was eventually bound apprenticeship, for example, was eventually abolished. And then we still had this other thing that was so much worse than this had ever been, and had degraded into something so much more awful and so many more restrictions. You can watch the slave codes evolve over time and get just more and more awful. So it was something was like a boiling frog sort of thing happening. And whenever people, and eventually people went, hey, this is something that we really have to do something about because of Christianity, because this does not match. We have allowed this thing to grow and get worse and more abusive and more horrible. And we have to do something about this if we are a Christian country. And the law, the Civil War was very heavily fought on the moral basis for the law, for the war rather, was on the issue of whether or not slavery was legitimate. There are all kinds of economic things and other things contributing to it, but the moral basis for it was abolitionist sentiments. That's why William Wilberforce got slavery outlawed for the British Empire, except in India, where Indians were still allowed to own other Indians, because they decided not to enforce that on the Indians for quite a while. But why it was abolished in the British Empire was on the grounds of Christianity. It wasn't on the grounds of anything else. That this happened, exactly. It shouldn't have happened. It is against our religion. Why are we continuing this? We must stop it. And we have many examples of Christian authorities previously saying that this trade in slave flesh, wherever it was happening, should not be happening as this. And so that was overwhelmingly the normal. Yes, I have read that one. I would recommend to everyone that they also read his autobiography. And he is correct.
You want to read the comment you responded to?
Yes, go ahead.
Would recommend everyone reading, and I apologize, I have no idea how to pronounce the name, but 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡𝙗's autobiography, The Christian Element Was Absolutely Necessary to End Chattel Slavery.
And
actually, the book, Things Fall Apart, it draws from that and from other sources too, which is also incredibly
good. The debate was also whether the King James Bible was an accurate translation of against one that the slave owners were using, where they picked and choose what they wanted, and they kept what they wanted, but what they didn't want, they just threw it out of their own quote unquote Bible. And we have this copy I think somewhere in the USA.
I did have a comment.
Well, no one said that slave Bible was accurate.
So I did have a comment on that from the blasphemer who came into the chat, who calls himself Jesus is a Muslim, even though Jesus most certainly was not. He said the slave Bible was published in 1807 in London to keep blacks in slavery.
Right. So
the very fact that they had to publish a special Bible for slaves tells you something about the real Bible, doesn't it? It tells you that the real Bible is against slavery, so they had to make up a fake one to pretend that it was okay to have slaves. Because if they gave the real Bible to the slaves, then the slaves would be like, what is going on here? You're telling me that your religion is against what you're doing to me, if they actually were able to read it.
So all of the stuff again that was against slaves learning to read, a heavy part of that was to keep them from reading the actual Bible. That's why falsified fake versions were produced. That's why preachers were hired to preach very specific sermons. That's why they were forbidden from having slave preachers or free blacks come around and preach to slaves. And the fact that they were actually keeping them from the knowledge of the true Christian religion was particularly grotesque and absolutely against anything Christianity teaches. So if you're lying to people about your religion, it's normal in Islam. You always lie to people about your religion. You lie to people who aren't in your religion. You lie to people who are in your religion. That's normal in Islam. You're not supposed to do that in Christianity. And the fact that they're lying to people about the religion and that they're hiding it and that they're doing everything in their power to keep people from knowing it. Because if you read the Bible, the result would be expected. The slave owners expect that the result would be that the slaves would think that they are being treated badly and should be freed. Okay?
Exactly, exactly. Because
All right, so
because it
we do
doesn't
need to
give
wrap up.
any.
We really need to wrap up here. We're past 4
Okay.
hours, and I told my wife it would only be 3. So before, as Mary said, before I have to be beaten by my wife, right? Even though she would never do such a thing, we need to wrap up here. So your final thoughts, Dr. 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡?
I would like to say that Mr. Nadir is a kafir. He doesn't accept the reliance of the traveler as Sharia, and thus we don't recognize him as a Muslim anymore. Thank you very much for that.
Excellent. One other comment I wanted to read from Conociendo El Islam. No, you got the wrong idea. That they was trying to identify the smarter women there in the video of the slaves because they will send them to the best university. Education means education. That's what Nadir said. So they weren't trying to, see which of those women would be more pleasurable to have in their bed. They're trying to figure out which of them are really smart because, they want to send them to university.
All right. Well, so
Mary, your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are we showed that Nadir's very standards, he wanted to run to education so hard because it was one thing that wasn't permitted for slaves in Christianity, because you could teach a slave in Islam everything about the religion and they would still be a wonderful slave. You can't do it in Christianity because then they would realize if you are mistreating them and doing something that you're not supposed to, which is what chattel slavery was. So he declared that there was no chattel slavery because chattel slavery didn't involve those 4 things, which were also in the, and by the way, I did not look specifically for that penal code. I just went, pick a state, Georgia, penal code, and I started typing in dates from the early 1800s and looked them up and found the first one that I found online. That is the first penal code from a slave state that I could find online was the one I used because I knew that they would all say something like that. I knew it because I know what chattel slavery actually was and is. Islamic slavery is chattel slavery in every way. There is no way in which it is somehow specially different from chattel slavery. Nadir claimed that, all these people would sign up for Islamic slavery, but he can't ever come up with a time when Islamic slavery was instituted. Apparently, everyone except for Nadir has always been an apostate. He's the only non-apostate because nothing, according to his interpretation, has ever existed in that he could ever cite in Islamic history. He has all of these extremely silly ideas that he declares are fact, but they're only his fact. They're not the facts of Islam. If somebody else says that, he'll be like, oh, yes, they're Muslim. Oh, no, they are silly. Oh, they're wrong. Oh, they're this. Well, I thought that they were Muslim. I thought that Islam stood on facts. Well, according to Nadir, Islam is Nadir's religion. And everyone who accepts the silly thing that Nadir believes, where he cites a modernist who rejects all ahadith and then cites only ahadith and one very silly verse in the Quran that doesn't mean that he's what it says it is. Everything else he cited was a hadith or sirah, which is not a hadith. It hasn't been put to the same rigor, right? He will cite all of that, which the very person that he wants to go to won't. I asked for something in the first 500 years of Islam, first 1,000 years of Islam, and he wants to go to somebody right now and what he's doing right now, which is in defiance of what was always historically done. I talk about women with whom you're having sex, and he wants to go to what children are allowed to do, not what married women are allowed to do, or women whose your right hands possess, who would, by all accounts, have fewer freedoms and rights than a woman that you have actually legitimately married. So he, as always, just wants to distract, wants to go to his own subjects, wants to constantly repeat a few talking points, wants to run to the Bible every chance he got. He wanted to change the topic of the debate, as I knew he did when he came in. That is why I did not engage at all whatsoever, even a little bit on the Bible, and just made fun of him. Because here's the thing, he knows he's lying. He knows those other ahadith. He has read them. He knows what they say. He knows what it means in context. He knows that Rayhana was a concubine and was never married, and that she reviled his religion. He knows this and he believes this. But he lies to you because he thinks that his shaitan will still give him houris for him to put his penis into in Jinnah. So he justifies in his mind lying about all the places that Muhammad put his penis, so that hopefully his shaitan will give him Jannah, where he will have many houris because he has lied so well for him to put his penis into forever and ever and ever. Those are my concluding thoughts.
Excellent, excellent. And I have a few comments from the audience, starting with this highlighted comment from Houston Euler. That video of slave market in 1964 was 2 years after it was abolished, which
child marriage is also technically abolished in tons of countries.
Allegedly abolished.
They still exist.
Allegedly abolished, yeah. Because they don't actually call it slavery. They call it a different type, but it is the same. If you go to Saudi Arabia, there are a lot of Pakistani, Bangladeshi, or Indian people that are working in slavery conditions right now as we speak. It's not that it has vanished there. No.
Yep.
That's how they work. That's how they work for a piece of bread and a glass of water. That's it. It's ridiculous.
Yep, that's exactly where I was heading with this, because Moss says, is slavery still existing in Islam today? And Tony Bobo said, it's still going on today. And absolutely, it's still going on, not just in Islamic countries, but all around the world. This isn't just a theoretical debate, right? This isn't just a theoretical debate here. This is very much real and very much important topic. We think of slavery as something in the distant past. It is not. There are more slaves in the world today than there was during the American Civil War. It just takes a different form. It's no longer on the surface. It's underground. If you go to Muslim countries, you will find both people who are kind of domestic slaves. They're not officially slaves, as 𝙧𝙚𝙖𝙡 was saying, but they are for all intents and purposes, because they are trapped in situations they cannot get out of. That they are in the country illegally, or they don't have the social status to be able to do anything but continue to work for the same person who pays them a slave rate, that it just covers their food.
Well, I mean, there's still slave markets in Sudan today. Here's
right.
Here's a documentary I'm going to post in the chat. I chose one from 1964, but here's one in 1999. The men who are coming and drowning in the Mediterranean, a lot of them are passing through Sudan and are dodging slave traders who would put them into Sharia Islamic slavery, and instead are choosing to risk their lives trying to cross the Mediterranean. But according to our buddy Nadir here, our nadir of Islamic apologetics, since this is Sharia, wonderful, beautiful Sharia, which he actually rejects any actual Sharia, that they should be signing up and crashing the website. They don't seem to be crashing the website. They seem to not want to live as slaves and want to go to Western countries and get benefits in Western countries instead. Very odd, very contradictory from what Nadir says.
Indeed. Because he said that this is why people are drowning, is because they don't have the opportunity to be Muslim slaves. So they're risking their lives instead. When the great irony is, that there's continuous landmass, right? There's continuous landmass from Africa to Europe. They could easily go that route, but they don't go that route because it's more dangerous than potentially, or to be honest, like fairly decent chance being shipwrecked and dying at sea. It's more dangerous to go through the Islamic world where they'll be captured and sold into slavery.
12 or 14 years ago, I met a guy that was selling some products in Thessaloniki, Greece, right in front of one of the monuments in Thessaloniki. And I asked him, why don't you just make a shop or something like that and sell your products there? He says, I do not have papers, but I came here for a better life. The guy came from Libya, I think, what's closest to Italy, one of the countries close to Italy from Mediterranean Sea. But he came to Greece. So he traveled to Sicilia, and from Sicilia then he went to Greece, and he came to this town where I live. And he said that when he was back at Libya, he was a slave. That was 14 years ago. 14 years ago. Not hundreds years. No. 14 years.
Absolutely. And it's just like how you don't have slavery in Sudan, just like you don't have prepubescent marriage in Egypt. It's regulated through things that are outside of the big government control, but it exists. It's still there.
Exactly.
Because it's Sharia.
My point is, right, that this is very much a relevant issue. It's not just a theoretical thing. It's not just a polemical thing, but it's a real thing. We're talking about real human beings affected by slavery today. And if the Islamic states were ever powerful enough to do what they want to do and take over the world, guess what they would be doing? They would be putting everyone who refuses to convert to Islam into slavery at best, right? That's the best case scenario for those.
Which is the guy that I had streamed at the beginning, what his declaration was. That is what is the future of everyone outside of Islam there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. So we're going to, neither of you talk anymore because I've been trying to give my final thoughts here. So we're going to actually close out now on this comment from Professor Yaffel. So Nadir's argument that slaves were treated well had no evidence. Am I right? You are absolutely right. Nadir calls whatever he says facts. But then when you say, well, why didn't any Muslims put this into practice? Say, well, you can't look at what Muslims did in practice. They didn't always follow the teachings of Islam. Well, let's change Nadir's words to they didn't always, to apparently they never practiced what he considers Islam, because there is zero historical evidence for any of the claims that he makes about Islam. He says it's irrelevant. Every time it was tried to be brought up, he says irrelevant, irrelevant, irrelevant. All you can do is go to history. All you can do is appeal to authority. What we really need to do is we need to look at Nadir's interpretation of the Quran and call it a fact. We're going to need to look at Nadir's interpretation of a hadith and call it fact. We need to look at Nadir going to Da'if hadith. We need to look at Nadir going to Ibn Ashaq, which, despite his claims, is rejected in Islam. It shouldn't be. I agree it's a good source. I agree it's more historically accurate than their other sources. So I have no problem with using it. But he goes to anything and everything, and anything he likes he calls fact. Anything he doesn't like, he says, oh, the interpretation of that is obvious, so I'm not going to comment on it. Or what you're doing is you're adding your interpretation. When you say, why does it say that Muhammad smiled at the beating of a slave? You're adding your interpretation because he knows exactly what it implies, and he's assuming that we're interpreting it that way. And then he calls it interpretation when no interpretation was given. The question was quite literally, what about this hadith that says that Muhammad smiled at the beating of a slave? Because you claim that the Bible puts the smiley face on slave beating. Muhammad literally smiled at the beating of a slave, and what does Nadir say? You're just interpreting that. Very, very odd that his claims are fact, and when you read the words of a hadith and don't even explain them, you're interpreting. So this is what you can do. You can follow a religion of one, You can believe in whatever nonsense you come up with on your own and call it fact, or you can deal with the reality of the situation, and that's that everything is interpretation, but that doesn't mean you can't get the facts out of it. You can responsibly interpret the text and come to factual conclusions, or you can irresponsibly interpret the text and come to whatever conclusion you want. And that applies to everyone. That applies to Christians, it applies to Muslims, it applies to atheists, and anyone else interpreting their own religious texts or the religious texts of others. You can either try to determine what the text really means, and if you're doing that, then historical interpretation, scholarly interpretation, is an important piece of the puzzle. If you're just trying to make it fit whatever you want, then of course you ignore what anyone else said and you call your own interpretation fact. If you want to actually know the truth, then you need to be responsible. You need to interpret the text in light of the historical context, in light of how people actually understood this, in light of what the author probably actually meant. If you want to create your own religion, do whatever you want. I want to know the facts. I encourage everyone else to know the facts, and I think that the truth is apparent. I think that Christianity is quite obviously the truth based on evidence, not based on my feelings, not based on my own personal private interpretation, not based on wacky, quacky ideas, but based on responsible historical interpretation, and I encourage everyone else to do the same. We'll be back on Tuesday. We'll have a more fun stream. We'll just be looking at the top 10 ways that Andrew Tate is exactly like Muhammad. So thank you all for joining us. I haven't posted that yet. I wanted to post it beforehand, but I didn't quite get to it. So I'll post that before the end of the night, and we'll see you again.
You have
soon.
to say, Andrew Tate, peace be upon him. You have to say,
yes.
Andrew Tate, peace be upon him.
Allah's prayers and blessings be upon him. Andrew Tate, Allah's prayers and blessings be upon him. We will, I have several other things scheduled for this week. If you want to know what those are, go to reasonedanswers.com/calendar. Thank you all for a wonderful stream. It was quite eventful. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I still chuckle at the wacky quacky duck, even though I made it. Many times I saw people calling it up, and I had to resist laughing out loud. So thank you for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I know I did. God bless everyone. Go serve the Lord.
God bless you.